I've just returned from an extraordinary encounter with Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York. It was her first Australian interview in 8 years, so I was looking forward to our meeting. But as I soon discovered, the Duchess has two very different sides. First, I met Sarah, the charming, knockabout ex-royal, open and brutally honest about her failings. And then there's Bad Fergie, her description, not mine, who makes bad judgments and lands herself in scandal time after time. We'd agreed none of that was off limits in our interview, but I clearly hit a raw nerve, and that's when the trouble began.
But don't try and trick me now, because I'm not going to play this game. Delete that bit. John, can you just delete it, please, that bit? Because I don't want to go down this...
Duchess, I'm asking very fair questions of you.
No, it's too tabloidy.
Sarah Ferguson at war with me, but also with herself.
I'm going to take 5 minutes.
I'm sorry?
No, nothing. I'm just going to take 5 minutes.
Fed up 1 minute.
Any fish in here?
Brash, charming, and funny the next.
Hi. Nice car.
Mom, why didn't you give me your figure, you rat? Delete that bit.
We're going home. That's home.
Here comes your friend with the Duchess.
It began as a glorious English spring day, an invitation to meet my first royal on a private estate outside London.
Duchess, hello.
Hello. Hi, Michael.
How are you?
I'm doing great, thanks.
Very good to meet you.
Very nice to meet you too.
You're looking very regal up there.
Am I? That's very nice of you.
You're feeling regal up there.
I'm just Sarah up here.
She hasn't been just Sarah since she married Prince Andrew in 1986.
To love, cherish, and to obey.
And for richer, or for poorer, became the Duchess of York.
I mean, you were the breath of fresh air into this royal family. How do you reflect on your wedding day?
Oh, it was the best day of my life, apart from having my girls. And I had a lovely dress. It's a great dress. And it was certainly a long kiss on the balcony. That was a good long one.
So we're in charge, all right, Michael?
We are.
Of our horses.
That 23-year-old royal bride is now 51, battling 2 decades of bad press and a public perception that she may be older, but no wiser.
Watch out, Busby. Alfie, hold.
Alfie, we're going to stop here.
Okay.
You ready? Here we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Do you feel sometimes you can trust horses more than people?
Always when I go through troubles, I go back to where I'm safe, which is with the horse, no matter where. And so when I'm with my horse and my horse does well for me, then I know that deep down I'm okay. So many people can write horrible things, and every day somebody writes absolutely diabolical things about me, but I know that's not me.
And there's no doubt diabolical things have been written about her.
Have you always been the victim of untruths, or have you made mistakes? Have you put yourself in a position where errors have been made?
I've made thunderous mistakes. So yes, I've got better judgment at 51 now because of my appallingly bad judgment. And there's nothing, my mistakes have been put on the public stage. Other people's mistakes aren't. And there are many things that are good, but good news doesn't sell papers. And bad Fergie sells.
Another beautiful spot here, this bridge.
Isn't it great? I'm having to be a bit careful, Michael.
You're in your heels.
Because I'm in my heels.
You're right.
Which vanity prevails, but it's kind of difficult to walk on with these high heels on.
You're doing very well.
Thank you.
Bad Fergie was at her self-destructive worst on May 19 last year.
You will be his friend. I will listen to the friendship talk between you two.
When she was caught in a sting by the now-defunct British tabloid News of the World.
£500,000 when you can, to me. Open doors.
New Prince Andrew.
Yeah.
A fake businessman offers £500,000 to save her from bankruptcy.
Can't work anywhere because he's the Prince of England.
She agrees to give him access to Prince Andrew.
But he meets the most amazing people and he just throws them my way.
I think not only did I betray myself because I believed him and I didn't follow my instinct. I think that's the most difficult thing to live with. And now coming from that, this time last year I would never have been able to talk to you. I couldn't talk to anybody. I was too shocked. I just put my head down and disappeared off the universe.
They've had time to watch them because we've been holding
At first, Fergie was completely open with me about what she calls her hell of shame.
So you 500,000 in England.
Yeah, but that's in wire transfer.
That has to be wire transfer. I mean, obviously.
The scandal features prominently in her new autobiography and a tell-all TV documentary.
The News of the World scandal was my rock bottom.
But when we sat down inside to discuss it
So,
further,
yes,
our conversation turned toxic.
desperately.
I mean, did you take the money? At one stage you had $40,000 cash sitting in front of you. Did you take it?
Absolutely, yes. And it was given to me, and I got it in the car and then returned it straight away.
Once the scandal broke?
As soon as I knew it was a scandal, not once it broke, Michael. But don't try and trick me now, because I'm not going to play this game. Delete that bit. John, can you
No,
just
hang on,
delete
look.
it, please, that bit? Because I don't want to go down this...
Duchess,
it's
I'm
too
asking very
tabloidy.
fair questions of you.
No, it's too tabloidy.
John is Sarah's Australian agent, off-screen.
This is everything you've written in your book, though.
Yes, I know,
and,
but it's
and
the
you're
way
releasing your book, and you've
the
agreed to
book
do
I've
the
already,
interview because of this.
the book has already been released, and the thing is, I'm not going to go down to this point. I'm going to answer your questions, but that's done. It's finished. I've answered
Okay,
it. Thank
fine.
you very much. Moving on
Thank
to the
you,
next
but
question.
this is just the starting point of this year in your life that you've written about.
thank you very
and
much.
It's pivotal. It's what
Thank
started
you.
the whole thing.
Thank you.
You do write, though, that this tabloid scandal, in fact, you almost feel thankful for it. It let you, I don't know, review your life, see where you were at. It's an interesting way to look at being involved in a controversy like that it helped you in a way.
Sorry? What's your question?
In the book, you write that the News of the World scandal almost helped you, that it let you look at your life.
I'm very grateful to being in that position in a way when I hit rock bottom because of it, it woke me up.
How big a wake-up has it been?
What more can I say? What more can I say?
The biggest.
You can't possibly...
Yeah.
You can't possibly... of course it has.
How has it affected...
Remember. What's she called? Cindy. Yeah. I'm going to take 5 minutes.
I'm sorry?
No, nothing. I'm just going to take 5 minutes.
Right.
Sarah returns to our interview, but her mood is still frosty.
You okay?
Yep.
You happy to move on?
Yep.
I feel like I've gone from confidant to commoner.
The book is called Finding Sarah. Does that mean you were lost?
Oh, very lost. Are you lost, Michael? Do you know where you are? Many people in this world are lost. It's excruciating to live with past mistakes. It is so difficult. I always would like to change so many things in my past, but I can't. I've got to move forward. And it's very difficult to go back over them. It really is. It's because you just cringe. You just think, it's not me. Where was my head at the time that I did all these things, or a lapse of judgment, or whatever else I'm meant to have done? And it gets to a point where you really think, enough's enough. You've got to move forward.
While Sarah was at rock bottom, the royal family she'd left was shining. Her snub from William and Kate's most royal wedding seemed final proof that she is a royal outsider.
Was it a kick in the guts not to be invited to the wedding of William and Kate?
It was a moment when I took myself off to Thailand, and there was no television or radio, so I was able to just be completely quiet and just sort of, I was the last bride up that aisle, and it's sort of it brings back lots of memories.
But while Sarah was in Thailand, alone with her memories, her daughter Beatrice was being watched and judged by millions.
Beatrice's hat and the reaction to it. Were you surprised when you saw the hat? What did you think?
Saw the hat, but I think she's so perfect in every way. Both my children are. So I'm a very straightforward mum who knows my girls well, but I think they look beautiful, and I think that Beatrice had the most incredible outfit on as well. She looked really good.
If you were here on the day, might you have said, "Oh, darling"?
I think if I'd have been here, maybe I would have made sure that the hat a couple of days before was different.
Beatrice had the last laugh on the critics, raising a small fortune for charity by auctioning the wedding's most talked about hat.
$135,000 for charity is no mean feat, and especially in this day and age. So it was totally her idea, and I really take my hat off to her for doing it.
One of those big hats?
One of those big ones.
These beautiful photos here.
Yeah, they're great, aren't they?
Some great memories.
I know, this was just...
In Sarah's world, two faces eclipse a life full of regrets. Her girls, Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie.
The girls are our life, and they're the blood in my veins. They are my everything. And, you know, one job I've done better than many people is I've been a good mother, which is kind of brave to say, but it's true. And I've really am proud of that.
It's a lovely thing to say, isn't it?
And I think that the girls will shine more and more, and the more they shine, the more everyone will say, she can't be that bad.
She describes her relationship with Prince Andrew as the happiest divorce on earth. And you get the sense she regrets their split 20 years ago.
When I first married him, there was no emails, no internet. He was away at sea. I saw him 40 days a year for the first 5 years of our marriage. And we had to write letters.
But today, they have a unique relationship. When she's in London, she lives at the Prince's house. And in the wake of the Sting scandal, he came to her rescue and paid her debts.
Are you looking for romance, or do you still have a deep love for the Prince?
Oh no, I think we both have separate lives. We both honour each other, but, you know, who knows what the future will bring. I don't think there are many sort of men that could put up with this redhead. And also the world's press and scrutiny. They've got to be quite strong, haven't they, Michael?
I think remarkably strong, if that's fair to say.
They have, you know, it's a lot.
When you're in England and you have a guest room at the Prince's house, literally in the shadow of Windsor Castle, how difficult is it not being part of that royal family? You're so close to it, but so far from it.
I think that it's, I am mum to two great girls, and the Queen is a most fantastic grandmother to the girls. But I am divorced from the family, so, you know, that's it. Most other families, you know, you're divorced. You're not invited to weddings and things like that. You're out of it. And so, you know, it's very hard for me, because I long to be with the girls in their finery and looking lovely, and I long to be part of it all, to be with the girls. But you cannot have your cake and eat it.
Do you still have a friendship with the Queen?
No subject. I'm not talking here to talk about the Queen or the royal family.
No, you raised it, though, because one of the things you...
Well, she's a wonderful grandmother to the girls.
Mm-hmm. Tell me about Christmas times.
Oh, yeah, that's what I do write about, that it's been really sad for 15 years not to spend Christmas with the girls.
And why is that?
Well, because it's a royal family occasion, and I'm divorced from the royal family. And so I don't get to spend time with them. But I'm glad, because I give the Queen a lovely gift of my girls.
She may not have been easy on me, but then the 11th Duchess of York has never been that easy on herself.
Oh, come on, Dusty boy.
Last year was the most difficult of her life.
Those days, I was fighting for my life.
She spent it finding Sarah.
And got lost.
It's not easy in the public eye. And it's
Book,
not for
documentary series, In Therapy.
disappear.
Yeah, okay.
Hi, honey. How are you?
And mixing with American royalty.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you for having me. This is really beautiful here.
She may not have found Sarah yet, but says she's getting closer.
Are you the happiest you've been in your life, do you think?
I think that I'm very strong right now because I have the tools to be able to know how to deal with my life. Does that bring happiness? I think it brings a sense of contentment and peace, which I haven't had for a very long time. And that's good. That means I've done well. That means I've done well.
Duchess, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Gillian Lauren was a young, aspiring actor when she was recruited to work as an entertainer for the Sultan of Brunei. It would take the teenager inside a secret world of sex, money and power. Now Gillian is lifting the lid on the Playboy Sultan. His Majesty Hassan al-Bolkiah is the absolute ruler of Brunei. He's also one of the richest men on the planet. But while he and the royal family live the high life, he's imposing strict Islamic laws in his tiny Southeast Asian nation. Sharia law has been declared in Brunei, with brutal punishments to match. And Western journalists certainly aren't welcome.
We've now got 2 policemen on motorbikes behind us, so just keep the camera low.
Brunei is not a free country.
See which way they go if they follow us here. Yeah, just put it down a bit, Honor. That's it. They're both just checking us out.
It's one of the richest nations in the world. And on the surface, it looks like paradise. But this tiny speck on the coast of Borneo is beautiful one day.
Just chop it like that.
Yeah. Barbaric the next. What is the punishment for theft?
Theft, the hand should be cut off from here, from the elbow.
And what if someone commits adultery?
Whether he's a man or woman, he will be stoned to death.
Stoned to death for adultery. Amputations for theft. Public floggings. These will be the horrific punishments under the new Sharia law imposed by the all-powerful Sultan of Brunei, Hassan al-Bolkiah.
Dan tidak adil, tetapi Allah sendiri telah menegaskan undang-undangnya. Itu adil.
So how many crimes under Sharia law did you and the Sultan commit that night?
Well, I'm not an expert on Sharia law, but I can say that we committed adultery.
For more than 6 months, we've been seeking permission to visit Brunei to talk to the Sultan.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Brunei Darussalam, where the local time is...
But it seems that 60 Minutes is distinctly unwelcome in Brunei. So I'm entering this devoutly Muslim country as a tourist. And all our filming must be done in secret. Vast reserves of oil have delivered a comfortable life to most of its people. Especially the royal family and the Sultan, with his own $20 billion fortune. While the people on the street are liable to the cruelest punishments imaginable, behind these gates, it's a completely different story. In his 1,800-room palace, the Sultan and his brother, Prince Geoffrey, live a life that can only be described as hedonistic. Their wild parties are the stuff of legend, free-flowing booze, while hundreds of women are flown in from all over the world to cater to their every whim. How many times did you have sex with the prince?
Hundreds? Yeah, I don't know, maybe.
As an 18-year-old, Gillian Lauren was a wild child looking for adventure. She would spend a year in the royal harem.
I was trying to be an actress in New York, and a friend of mine told me that there was this casting call that was supposedly to go and entertain rich businessmen, singing, dancing, that sort of thing.
Did you have any idea that it would involve sex?
Well, I knew I was not being hired as a diplomat.
Gillian Lauren was actually recruited to Brunei by the Sultan's younger brother, Prince Geoffrey, whose habits and tastes aren't exactly devoutly Islamic. Prince Geoffrey owned an enormous yacht he called Tits, with 2 runabouts, Nipple 1 and Nipple 2. He famously had nude statues made of himself and a former wife having sex, and he had a palace set aside just for his harem.
The palace was like something out of Aladdin. You know, it was golden domes and glittering swimming pools and gold in the carpets and in the bathroom fixtures and incredible art, you know, Degas sculptures and Picasso paintings.
How many girls were there?
About 30, give or take, at any given time from all over the world.
How old do you think some of them were?
15?
The young American was given gifts of cash, jewellery and clothes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. So when she finally caught the prince's eye, she wasn't exactly surprised by what came next.
He took my hand and he led me into a bedroom that looked like, you know, something out of Hugh Hefner's wildest dreams. It was like fur and mirrors and video cameras and...
So by this point, it's very clear what's about to happen.
Yes, and I wouldn't even have thought of saying no. I'm just an 18-year-old girl from New York. You know, I haven't seen anything in my life. And this is the prince. This is one of the wealthiest men in the world.
A few years ago, Prince Geoffrey fled Brunei with $14 billion stolen from the National Treasury and partied his way around the world. Much like the Sultan's own son, Prince Azim, who loves playing dress-ups and entertaining celebrities in Hollywood, many of whom are paid handsomely to attend.
Most of the people here, we don't really mind about it.
Not that you'll hear any complaints about royal extravagance or hypocrisy on the streets of Brunei.
So the Sultan looks after his people?
Very well, yes. He's a very, very generous Sultan.
We've disguised the identity of some local Bruneians for their own safety.
It's a parliament building.
Because the Sultan can be dangerously unpredictable, even towards those who enthusiastically accept his commands and the new brutal regime of Sharia law.
Supreme Court?
But what if your daughter was to grow up and have an affair?
Nah.
Should she die for that?
Yeah, she'll die for that.
Is that okay?
Well, punishment is punishment. And punishment has been written in the Holy Quran. So we have to follow that.
While Sharia law and its criminal code has traditionally been concentrated in the Middle East and parts of Africa, it's now gaining ground in our region. Not just Brunei, but also parts of Malaysia and Indonesia. Countries which have previously rejected Sharia's harsh edicts for a more moderate, tolerant form of Islam.
Do you accept that these punishments are quite barbaric?
From Western perspective, maybe, but not from our perspective. Because this is part of our religion. During 1993, when we
Muhammad Amar is the Deputy Chief Minister of Kelantan in neighbouring Malaysia. He wants to follow Brunei's lead by introducing his own drastic punishments, like cutting off the hands of thieves.
They just chop it like that.
And stoning for adulterers. The condemned buried up to their neck for execution.
How long does death normally take?
I do not know, I don't know. I never asked on that.
Are you willing to cast the first stone?
If I have to throw, I have to throw. But we have certain people to do that, of course.
Someone else does your dirty work?
Even the time of the Prophet himself does not throw the stone. He leaves it to others.
You might think the Sultan has good cause to be worried about such a harsh punishment for adultery. But being a married man hasn't dented his Playboy lifestyle, and certainly didn't stop him accepting a very personal gift from his brother Prince Geoffrey. That gift was Gillian Lauren.
How did that come about?
Well, I was on a business trip with the prince in Malaysia, And I was escorted into this suite the size of a football field. And at the other end of the room was the Sultan, sitting on a couch with a China tea set in front of him.
Did you know that you were there to perform some sort of sexual act?
So all of a sudden, here I am in a room with a guy whose face is on the money, and the billboards, and the televisions, and I was improvising at that point.
So what happened in that room?
He asked me to do a little dance, and then he asked me to take my clothes off, and we had a sexual interaction.
Which was?
Oral sex.
And this is with the Sultan of Brunei?
With the Sultan of Brunei. Correct.
The man who's introducing Sharia law where you could be stoned to death for such an act.
Right. I don't think that the royal family will find themselves subject to the implementation of Sharia law in Brunei.
But for the Sultan's subjects, there's no escaping. Trying to leave Islam isn't an option. For the crime of apostasy, the sentence will be death. Isn't it everyone's human right to have the freedom to choose their religion?
In Islam, no. I have to say it very directly. In Islam, that when you are being a Muslim, you don't have the right to choose the religion.
Dr. Shemra Aziz is a professor of Islamic law who claims to be an advocate of human rights. It's fair to say that when a crime is committed, you need 4 male witnesses.
But there are some Muslim jurists also say you can say 4 males can be replaced by 8 females. It can be. That is
so a
interpretation.
man's word is worth double a female's.
Okay. Is that discrimination what you are saying? Is that discrimination against women?
I would say yes.
Okay. I would say that is a privilege.
Can you see, sitting here woman to woman, and you're a lawyer, you're a leading authority on human rights, when you say that you accept that a man's word is worth double a female's, that I find that astounding. Can you understand why?
It is not discrimination against men where only women can carry babies.
The Sultan refuses to talk to the foreign media and has threatened local journalists with jail simply for questioning him or his new laws. We've now got 2 policemen on motorbikes behind us, so just keep the camera low. And after a few days here, it's clear we won't stay under the radar much longer. See which way they go if they follow us here. They're right on our tail. I might just go slow and see if they'll pass. They're staying on us. Hang on, here we go. This is why we've got to be really careful driving around, because there's not very many tourists in Brunei, so we do stand out. And the last thing we want is for those officers to alert the ISD, which is the Internal Security Department. It's basically a very active secret police force here. We don't want to come to their attention. We do know who the police aren't chasing. The Sultan's brother, Prince Geoffrey, has recently been welcomed back to the country with open arms and has not lost either of his hands over his $14 billion theft. In Brunei, the royal standard is the ultimate double standard. Does Sharia law apply to all Muslims?
In Brunei, to all Muslims, excluding the Sultan's family.
Excluding?
Excluding. I was informed excluding the Sultan's family.
There's no shaming the Sultan and no stopping his extreme version of Sharia law. While for his subjects, it's the most vulnerable. Women, homosexuals, the very young, who have the most to lose. You can only wonder what the future holds.
When Diana, the Princess of Wales, died in a car crash in a Paris city tunnel 20 years ago, the world could barely believe it. She was one of the most adored women in the world. Her story irresistible. The innocent young girl who married her prince, living in a fairy tale romance here at Kensington Palace. Or so it seemed. Almost as shocking as her death were the secrets she had told journalist and author Andrew Morton about her marriage to Charles. Revelations he wrote in a book about Diana that changed the royals forever. From the very beginning,
I'm not going to say anything, babe.
The world could not get enough of Diana.
And I suppose in love.
Of course.
Whatever in love means.
We were glued from the moment she agreed to marry Prince Charles.
Next to Prince Charles and I can't go wrong. He's there with me.
And we were there in our millions when she said, I do.
Philip Arthur George.
Take the Philip Charles Arthur George.
Everyone believed in the royal fairy tale. Until Diana told a very different story to author and journalist Andrew Morton.
She spoke with a kind of a breathless urgency, almost like someone who was a prisoner had a few minutes before the guards came.
I said, I can't marry. I can't do this. This is absolutely unbelievable.
Morton exposed Diana's jaw-dropping secrets in an explosive book, telling of infidelity, self-harm, and eating disorders.
It burst a boil inside Buckingham Palace.
Had you anticipated the reaction at the time?
I did anticipate the reaction, but there's no substitute for actually being there in the thick of it. I mean, the members of Parliament insisted that I be sent to the Tower of London. There were cartoons of me on a rack. It was a tsunami of criticism.
While Morton's book was a bombshell, equally astonishing was how he got the story. It involved a covert operation which began with an unassuming man on a bicycle. It was clandestine.
It was clandestine, yes. I was nervous about, somebody walking in on the thing.
James Colthurst, a doctor, had been a friend of Diana's since her single days. When her marriage to Charles soured, Colthurst agreed to help the princess tell her own story.
It's a very great pleasure for me to come.
Because he feared she was at breaking point. Was she nervous?
No, she was enormously enthusiastic to have her story out there, really.
Do you think she appreciated the ramifications of telling her story?
She knew exactly what she was doing, absolutely no doubt at all. I'm surprised in a way something hadn't happened quite a long time before.
Morton had already befriended Colthurst, hoping to get Diana stories, but he had no idea of what was to come. Colthurst agreed to be an undercover agent, that he'd ride to Kensington Palace with a list of questions from Morton and record Diana's answers. The mechanics were that, you would go for lunch?
The tape visits were lunch. So I'd cycle in, the recorder was in the briefcase, nothing surprising there. I'd go in and we'd normally sit down and have a few questions before lunch maybe, and then have lunch. And Mervyn, the cook, was brilliant, he fed me well. And then we'd come out after lunch, and during coffee, I'd clip the microphone on again and she'd finish them off.
Yeah, it was a real ramshackle procedure. He put on a little microphone, then he'd munch his way through a plate of biscuits and just read out the questions.
How long did this take, and how many lunches did it involve?
Well, there were more lunches than tapes, by a long way. It went for about sort of 6 weeks.
There were a couple of snoops at the palace. There were people who were interested in what you were doing.
There were always people there curious to know what was going on. With Paul Burrell, there was always a particular reason for lunch today? And I said, yep, I'm hungry. And that was it.
Tucked away in a private room, the recordings began.
Which I became a great expert at.
And Diana didn't hold back.
I'll never forget listening to the first tape, which was in a working man's cafe. And all around, everybody's having bacon and eggs and chatting away. And I put these headphones on and turned on the tape recorder and listened to Diana talking about bulimia nervosa, which I'd never heard of, this eating disorder, talking about her suicide attempts. What? Talking about this woman called Camilla Parker Bowles, never heard of. And it was like entering a parallel universe. I walked out of that cafe thinking, wow, what on earth have I heard?
Did you believe her?
Absolutely. It was the most incredible outburst of really innermost pain, rage, frustration, anger. You were swept away with it. It was very compelling.
More than 25 years on, the tape recordings are still breathtaking.
Because I was so depressed and I was trying to cut my wrist with razor blades.
A fragile princess speaking candidly of her trauma, seemingly unafraid of the impact it would have.
Charles said I was crying wolf, and I said I just felt so desperate and I was crying my eyes out. And he said, I'm not going to listen, you're always doing this to me. He said, I'm going riding now. So I threw myself down the stairs.
I was surprised that she was so open about some of the heartfelt side of her life with her family.
Were you disturbed by how unhappy she was?
I think a number of us knew how unhappy she was, and I was, yes, very bothered by how difficult life had been made, and really that things could have been done so differently.
Both Colthurst and Morton knew how shocking the Diana tapes were, and they knew how damaging they would be for the palace. They were now being very cautious.
From the very moment that I heard that first tape, I was looking over my shoulder and being very watchful and very careful.
You never feared for your life?
No, but I certainly was a lot more cautious cycling home on my bicycle.
They would fit over like this. And
when Colthurst and Diana needed to speak on the phone, they went to great lengths to keep their conversations private.
So this was all part of the covert operation?
A part of it was, and those two are the two scramblers we used. So I had one and Diana had the other one, and she'd put it over the phone like this.
And this was, she actually gave you this phone?
This phone she gave me actually as a joke, because we were spending so much time on the phone.
And they worked?
It's encrypted between the two. Oh, yes, it worked very well. It's really primitive technology for nowadays. But at the time, and there's a code change here, and we agreed the code before we started.
I must say, the level to which you had to go to try and keep everything private, secret, what's extraordinary? It was a lot of energy.
It was extraordinary, and there was one occasion when there was clearly someone outside the door of the sitting room after lunch, and that was that. And I remember saying, there's someone outside the door, loudly, and you could hear the movement. It was ridiculous, it was obvious. I didn't see who it was because they'd gone, but I think she had a very good idea who it was.
And?
I think he knows who he is.
Well, did they sound like Paul Burrell shoots?
It's quite, well, as they say in a famous thing, you might think so, I couldn't possibly comment.
All this secrecy required nerves of steel. And with each new tape came more harrowing details of Diana dipping into deep and dark places.
She cut herself with razor blades. She cut herself with a lemon zester or lemon squeezer. I mean, she did the most ridiculous thing to get attention, talk to me. She was obviously really disturbed. There's no question of that. And she admits herself that she was disturbed. She needed help. She needed comfort. And she was totally isolated.
On the tapes, you can hear Diana's torment as she speaks of the dreadfulness of her eating disorder.
Bulimia started the week after we got engaged. My husband put his hand on my waistline and said, oh, a bit chubby here, aren't we? And that triggered off something in me. And I remember the first time I made myself sick, I was so thrilled because I thought, right, this is the release, the tension.
And she talks of feeling alone.
I was just so desperate. I knew what was wrong with me, but nobody else around me understood me.
Some of Prince Charles's advisors and friends decided that it would help him to spread the rumour that Diana was a little bit nuts, that she was mentally fragile, that she was not really up to the job.
In what looked like a campaign against her, Patrick Jeffson, Diana's private secretary, knew his boss was in a battle.
This is right at the beginning of the job. You didn't see an expression like that, I don't think, ever again.
He worked by her side for 8 years. He knew of her fragility. But he also knew Diana could be fearsome.
She was emotionally articulate. She could freeze a rhinoceros, at 15 feet if need be. But her emotions, when she expressed them, were not fake. And yeah, sometimes that was difficult. Sometimes it was anger. Sometimes it was frustration. Sometimes it was defiance. Sometimes it was recklessness.
You didn't know about her decision to cooperate with Andrew Morton and his book, did you?
I did not know about her decision to cooperate with Andrew Morton, as indeed I did.
Did you think that was the wrong thing to do?
Well, in my own mind, I had to balance the fact that it might be wrong in my professional judgment, but in my personal judgment, I felt she had every right to shoot back at the people who were spreading unpleasant things about her.
Of all the battles Diana faced, there was one she couldn't win. The ever-present other woman in Charles' life, Camilla Parker Bowles. From those first romantic days, it seemed Diana's life with Prince Charles was always going to include Camilla Parker Bowles. She was a former girlfriend and maintained close and uncomfortable contact even when Diana and Charles were courting.
I worked out that they spent about 27 days together before he proposed, and most of that time they were in the presence of Camilla Parker Bowles. And quite frankly, he was almost like he went from the first date to asking her to marry him very, very prematurely.
Did she tell you that she felt like a lamb to the slaughter?
Yeah, I asked her how did she feel on her wedding day, and she said, well, I felt like a sacrificial lamb, this white Anglo-Saxon Protestant aristocratic virgin walking down the aisle to meet Prince Charles, whom she suspected was in love with another woman, Camilla Parker Bowles.
As I walked up the aisle, I was looking for her. Spotted Camilla, pale grey, pillbox hat, saw it all to this day, vivid memory. And I thought, well, there we are, that's it, let's hope that's all over with.
It's incredible how she still did this, even knowing that Camilla was always there.
You think about it. You've agreed to marry somebody. They've told you that they love you. The soldiers are in place. The gilded coach has been ordered. The cake has been baked, and not to have done it, to have jilted Prince Charles, as it were, just before walking down the aisle, would have been an incredible scandal.
The scandal, though, would be that Camilla and Charles had rekindled their relationship. One night at a party, Diana plucked up the courage to confront her foe. The tapes reveal how angry she was.
I was terrified of that, and I said, I know what's going on between you and Charles, and I just want you to know that. And she said to me, very interesting, she said to me, you've got everything you've ever wanted. You've got all the men in the world fall in love with you, and you've got 2 beautiful children, what more would you want? So I said, I want my husband. And I said to Camilla, I'm sorry I'm in the way, and it must be hell for both of you. But I do know what's going on, don't trip me up, I need it.
Diana was a proud, strong, defiant woman, and when she fought back, it wasn't always a pretty sight. But so far as I was concerned, I was with her. Even if we lost the war, I was determined we should win all the battles.
Did she win that battle?
She won all the battles. She lost the war.
And did you know about Camilla Parker Bowles?
Yes.
And do you have an opinion about the role she played in the marriage?
And I think Diana felt, that was it. She made light of it. She'd sometimes say, anyway, she's got dandruff and smokes. And the Rottweiler label, of course, which is well known, came out. Maybe that was her way of kind of coping, but I think she found it very difficult.
In unveiling the truth, though, Diana made some glaring omissions. She didn't tell Andrew Morton about her own affair with James Hewitt or her liaisons with a number of other men. Did you feel that you were being manipulated at all? Did you feel like you were being played?
I didn't feel I was being played. I mean, quite frankly, I was trying to get her to sit down and answer as many questions as she could. People have said to me, well, why didn't you find out about all these things? Well, actually, I found out quite enough, quite frankly, for people to be urging that I was sent to the Tower of London.
So far from who I was.
5 years after Morton's book was published, on a summer's night in Paris, the last chapter was written. Diana died, along with her new boyfriend, Dodi Fayed, in a horrific car crash.
So far from all our dreams.
I remember when the news came, I was actually here and listening to World Service, and suddenly heard there'd been a crash in Paris and Dodi had died. And I have to say, oddly enough, I expected her to call, because this was a crisis. And that's when she tended to call. But of course she didn't, because she couldn't. So yeah, I think it was a big shock.
So far from seeing home, I stand out here alone.
And when you learned that she had died, how did you feel?
Well, quite angry, actually, because I really felt that she'd been let down. But the savage irony is that, she was not wearing a seatbelt.
As the world mourned, the question now being asked was, how did it come to this? Diana dead at just 36. It's a question Patrick Jeffson, Diana's former private secretary, still asks.
There's never been an inquest into her life. The question I want answered is, what happened to take that girl on the steps of St. Paul's Cathedral and turn her into the woman in the back of the Mercedes in Paris in 1997? What happened? And nobody really wants to look at that.
Yeah.
You haven't seen much of this at all.
I haven't seen these at all. This is great. Look at that.
25 years on, Andrew Morton, the man entrusted with Diana's life story, is telling it again.
It's both authorised and unauthorised.
And this time, there's no hiding the source of his material.
And it's her voice, it's her testament, and it's the nearest thing you've got to her biography.
Diana's tapes have been rebirthed, and today, Morton offers up one last morsel.
One of the stories that intrigued me, which I really hadn't listened to properly, was that there's another man that's involved in her life in helping, as it shall we say, the restoration of her psyche. And this is a guy called David Waterhouse, who went skiing with her, hosted her at various parties and so on. And she was quite smitten by him for a time, until they went to a David Bowie concert, and he loved all the publicity, and she thought, hang on, he's enjoying it too much.
Where is he today?
Well,
and does he know?
He will do in a couple of weeks.
How's he feeling about this revelation, do you think?
Well, he's been around. Given his response to the publicity surrounding his relationship with her before, I think he'll be thrilled.
The world was enthralled with Diana in life, and it seems even more so in death. In telling her story, she changed everything for herself and the palace. Was it worth it?
I'd like to think it still freed her up, and I've often wondered, would I have done it again? And I think honestly, the consequences of not doing it were going to be too tough, I think.
And the tapes? What should happen to them?
Difficult to say, really. They're like an antique part of history. Now, they are. I have to say, I didn't even buy new ones. Some of these were recordings over old music tapes of mine.
Get out.
Yeah, they were. So, I mean, it was that simple.
What was the music?
I can't remember, but it was clearly something that had gone out of my favourite at the time, and I just used some cassettes as they came to hand.
You had no idea, of course.
I didn't know what the future was. So whoever's, I imagine there were bits where the speech stopped and the music started in an odd way. That would have amused her, actually. That was quite funny, yeah.
Has she been more potent in death for the monarchy rather than in life?
It's a good question. I think that she forced the royal family to reevaluate their position in society. We look at the monarchy in a different way today than we did after Diana died.
And would they say in a good way?
I think so. I think the royal family has changed and evolved, so it's less of the stiff upper lip family and more of the trembling lower lip.
If this story raises issues and you need to talk to someone, call Lifeline on 13 11 14.
Not even the creators of a James Bond film could come up with a plot as intriguing and frightening as this. 32-year-old Princess Latifah is the daughter of Dubai's all-powerful ruler. She was born into a life of extreme wealth, but there was one thing her money couldn't buy: freedom. So 4.5 months ago, with the help of a former French spy, she made a daring escape. But for all the meticulous planning, she failed spectacularly. And on the high seas, somewhere between Dubai and India, the runaway princess's yacht was intercepted. Latifah was kidnapped by heavily armed soldiers and hasn't been seen since.
Hello, my name is Latifah Al Maktoum. I was born on December 5, 1985.
Princess Latifah is the 32-year-old daughter of one of the richest and most powerful men in the world, Dubai's ruler, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum.
And I'm making this video because it could be the last video I make. Yeah.
This 38-minute video, recorded days before her attempted escape from her homeland, contains allegations which, if true, blow apart the glossy billion-dollar reputation of Dubai as a progressive beacon in the Middle East.
My vision is to Dubai to be #1.
And the princess attacks her father's character as well. A man who mixes with royalty and rulers, who's the world's largest investor in horse racing,
Winner of the Dubai World Cup,
and the force behind the globe's biggest airline, Emirates.
All my father cares about is his reputation. And if you are watching this video, it's not such a good thing. Either I'm dead or I'm in a very, very, very bad situation.
The princess has not been seen since March the 4th this year, when it's claimed commandos stormed a yacht in international waters off India to grab Latifah and drag her back to Dubai. As intriguing as the claims are, the princess's story is backed by 4 main allies. The woman who escaped Dubai with Princess Latifah and was with her on the getaway yacht, Tina Johanan.
They were telling me, close your eyes or we'll shoot you right here. Take your last breath now.
What was the last image you have of Latifah?
She was kicking and screaming and she was fighting for her life.
And you haven't seen Latifah since then?
No.
The yacht's skipper, French spy Hervé Jobert.
I could not believe the daughter of the ruler would want to escape. You know, when a woman speaks about abuse, torture, imprisonment.
Australian human rights activist Rada Sterling, who received the final frantic telephone call for help from the princess.
The first thing she said, help me, there's people outside, there's men outside,
I can hear gunshots, please help me. And I just jumped 20 feet in the air. You know, it was serious.
And British lawyer and businessman David Haig. Have you made the whole thing up?
Well, clearly not. And, you know, the evidence is all there. You know, it's not just us now. The United Nations has accepted this. Human Rights Watch is behind us. It's not just us. At the beginning, it was just us. And we were battling everybody, thinking, well, this is so fantastic. It sounds like a movie. It can't be true. But then people started to realise it was true.
Well, I swear I can see right through you.
To the outside world, Princess Latifah lived a privileged and carefree life in Dubai. Her best friend, Tina Johanan, says she had a passion for adventure, skydiving in particular. But there was also a darker side to her life. The princess confided in Tina how she'd been imprisoned and tortured after first trying to flee Dubai when she was a teenager.
So in total, I was in prison for 3 years and 4 months. I went in June 2002, and I came out October 2005. It was constant torture. Even when they weren't physically beating me up, they would torture me. They would switch off all the lights. I was in solitary confinement by myself totally. And there's no windows, there's no lights. So when they switched off the light, it was pitch black. They could switch it off for days. So I didn't know when one day ended and the next began.
She basically had no freedom. She had curfews. Obviously, she could not have a normal life and say, for example, date a guy if she wanted to. She was not allowed to have certain friends, even talk to certain family members. Her life was just very restricted, and it felt like she always had to look over her shoulder. She had also not traveled for nearly 2 decades.
What kind of woman was Latifah? I mean, was she, in a sense, a Western woman trapped in the Middle East?
I always felt that Latifah was very different from other Emirati women. First of all her friends were Westerners, so she didn't feel comfortable hanging around with the local people, and she didn't feel like she belonged in that.
By road to Oman, then by boat and jet ski to India, and finally flying to the United States, where the princess was going to seek political asylum. The reward was freedom at last, but if both women were caught, well, the consequences would be dire. You must have been nervous helping her to organise her escape, because if you got caught in the process of doing all of this, I mean, you were in big trouble.
Yes, definitely. But she was willing to take the risk. She would often say, this is life or death for me. She was so fed up with her life in UAE that she was willing to take the risk, even if she would not make it.
Escaping from Dubai was risky, but not impossible. So Latifah commissioned former French spy Hervé Joubert for the job. Years earlier, he'd masterminded his own escape from the city after his business dealings went sour and his passport was confiscated.
So I understood that no matter what I said or no matter what I did, I was being framed to be guilty, no matter what.
As dramatised in this self-made documentary, Hervé masqueraded as a woman to smuggle himself out to a boat and sail to India.
I was invisible. It doesn't matter if you're pretty or ugly or fat. Once you wear the abaya, you become invisible. I know, I experienced it. I know exactly the feeling. Nobody is paying attention to you. Nobody is watching you. So the plan was to pick up Latifah and Tina right here off Muscat and then sail to Goa.
Latifah's daring escape from Dubai was plotted over many months. Finally, at dawn on February the 24th this year, the moment of truth arrived.
Before we got in the car, we're like, this is it, it's really happening. We were hugging each other, and whatever happens, we're both doing this because we want to do it.
And what was she like? Was she nervous or excited?
Actually more excited than nervous, because she felt like she has nothing to lose.
Constantly on a tight leash, Latifah had to be smuggled out of Dubai in the boot of Tina's car. On the road to Amman, she stopped and completely changed her appearance.
This is basically our last selfie in UAE. As you can see, Latifah looks very excited. It's her first time sitting in the front seat in the car.
Ever?
Yes, ever. She's all used to having a driver and sitting on the back seat as far as she's concerned all her life.
Did she say it was a bit weird sitting in the front seat?
She said it was weird, but very liberating. We're like Thelma and Louise. And she actually said, no, that doesn't have a happy ending. Don't talk about that.
Once in Amman, they then faced potentially the most deadly leg of the escape. A 5-hour trip by dinghy and jet skis through high seas to international waters, where Hervé's yacht, the Nostromo, was waiting.
But when I saw her, I saw a woman who knew what she was doing. She was absolutely determined to get away. But there was no joy because the situation was tense. I would say it's like you are in a war zone, so you are not safe yet.
So what happened then? You set sail for India?
And then right away, turn around the boat and I sailed away.
It was then an 8-day voyage to Goa in India, through what's infamously referred to as Pirate Alley off the coast of Amman. On day 2 of the journey, Latifah decided to message her family and let them know she'd escaped.
Dear friends and family, I've left Dubai. And she was also stating the reasons.
Did she get replies from any of her family members?
Well, their responses were really shocking. Like, one of her sisters' reply was, "What the fuck?"
The alarm was now well and truly raised. An Interpol red notice issued at Dubai's request confirms Latifah's disappearance, but it states she'd been kidnapped. Why did she message them at that stage and not wait until you'd made it to India?
I think she was so excited that she finally had her freedom.
So she thought already she was free at this stage. She didn't think there was any trouble coming before they got to India.
No, she was aware of some trouble coming, but imagine being living in a golden cage all your life.
And trouble did come, just as they were desperately close to their destination. They'd almost reached India's tourist hotspot of Goa when Hervé noticed they were being tracked by air and by sea. He claims the Indian Coast Guard was on their tail. But being in international waters, Hervé assumed they'd be safe. He was wrong. At 10 p.m. that night, they were raided.
When they attacked us, it was brutal. I mean, brutal. And I'm a military guy. I know the difference between soft and violent. And also I was the captain. I was concerned for everybody else, my crew and Latifah and Tina, because had I made the wrong move, they would have shot me on the spot. I know, I saw their face. Those guys, they're trained, trained killer.
That's when we started hearing noises from the upper deck, which sounded like gunshots. We were really, really scared. I thought that was it. I was not going to make it.
Under the cover of darkness on March the contact with Australian Rada Sterling, who runs the human rights group Detained in Dubai. How did you first become aware of Latifa's case?
Latifa contacted me a few days before the incident on the 4th of March. She contacted me via email, and I disregarded it. I thought it was a hoax. And
you thought, come on, Princess of Dubai? What?
I actually thought it was someone in the UAE trying to set me up and, for example, publish fake news and discredit me. So we went through a rigorous process of identifying and validating that it was, actually Princess Latifa.
It was full of fear, but she was still fighting. She was not planning to give up. But she said, don't take me back to UAE, rather shoot me here. But regardless of her yelling and kicking, she was taken away.
At that point, did they drag Latifa off the boat?
So at that point they dragged her off the boat, and I never saw her again.
With Latifa gone, Hervé and Tina claimed they were bundled onto a UAE warship, taken back to Dubai, where they were thrown straight in prison.
And then they put me in a cell in solitary confinement.
And did they tell you that you could be facing the death penalty?
No, the next day I was interrogated by, I believe, a high official. He said that I would be tortured before I get killed. With graphic detail. He said, for what you have done, you stabbed in the back the ruler. I said, I did not stab anybody in the back. I'm just helping a woman who wants to be free. No, it doesn't work that way. And he said that for what you did, you are not going to be executed. We're going to we're going to pry your flesh bit by bit until you die.
If claims of torture in Dubai sound too extreme to be true, then listen to David Haig's story. When you say torture, what are you talking about?
I was basically electrocuted and I was beaten severely. There was sexual abuse as well, which is very difficult to talk about still. And I mean, so severe was what they did to me that when I was released, I spent 6 months in hospital, recovering from the broken bones, and as well as the broken mind.
David was the managing director of Leeds United Football Club, which was taken over by a Dubai business back in 2012. But when a dispute over finances erupted, he went to Dubai chasing debts, only to then find himself locked up on false charges that he would later be acquitted of.
It all escalated so quickly because one minute I'm coming there to have a meeting, the next minute I'm there as about checking, the next minute I'm standing in a police station in Dubai with police officers hitting me around the back of the head.
David is now a human rights lawyer and has taken Latifa's case all the way to the United Nations. Some might say you're just out for revenge.
Well, I think revenge is the wrong word. I mean, at the end of the day, a girl called us. Ignore the fact that she's a princess, ignore the fact that she's from Dubai. That's irrelevant. If any lady or man or anyone had called me and said, I'm on a boat, I can hear gunshots, can you help me? I think anyone watching this, would you say no? You wouldn't.
Latifa's candid, homemade video was the turning point in this whole drama.
I didn't feel the pain, and it was like a half-hour torture session.
Human rights campaigner Rada Sterling released it to the media days after the boat was stormed, and the skipper, Hervé, is convinced that the spotlight it shone on Dubai saved his life.
We were going to be executed. That I had absolutely no doubt in my mind. And if you think of it, it's logical. They want to eliminate witnesses and destroy evidence. They kill everybody.
They will for sure try to discredit this video.
It's my strong belief that without the press coverage, without the spotlight on this case, that perhaps they would have been killed, or certainly they would still be in the secret prison.
I was driven to the airport, and they would walk me through the passport control and all formalities, and waited until I boarded the plane. That's when I got my passport back, as well as my telephone.
I'd imagine they were really mixed emotions getting on that plane. Yes, you were free, yes, you're going to live, but you're leaving your best friend behind.
Exactly, yes. I couldn't believe what was happening and what had happened. It all felt so unreal.
I don't know what else to say.
It's been 4.5 months since the commandos stormed the boat and took Princess Latifah away. And still, there's been no formal response from Dubai, either confirming or denying the details of this extraordinary story. Our requests for an interview with a representative of the United Arab Emirates government have been declined. But unofficially, government sources in Dubai have been quoted as saying that the princess is back with her family and doing fine. But Latifah's friends won't rest until they hear the princess speak for herself. They're waging a very public campaign, demanding answers from the Sheikh and his government as to the whereabouts and safety of his daughter.
If I don't make it out, I really hope that some positive change will happen from all of this.
Imagine if the Queen of England had been accused of the same crimes, of human rights abuses, of imprisoning Prince Harry and torturing him. It would be worldwide outrage and scandalous. And there's no reason at all that the ruler of Dubai should be treated any differently.
It's got more and more and more embarrassing for him because they've tried to cover it up, they've lied about it, and they haven't been honest. And that's made what was already a very bad situation even worse. And the fact is now the world knows about what they've done in international waters, which they did in secrecy, expecting that nobody would. And their response to it has been terrible. The act itself was terrible. The response, also terrible. And now they've put themselves in a corner. The world is watching them. Where is she?
I'm Tom Steinford in London, where an intriguing royal saga is unfolding. But no, it's not the British House of Windsor at the centre of this astonishing dispute. It's Dubai's royal family, and it concerns the high-profile Princess Haya, one of the wives of the all-powerful ruler and multi-billionaire Sheikh Mohammed. The princess has fled to England, along with the couple's 2 young children, where they're now in hiding. It's a surprising development in what was already a mysterious story, which seems to have begun with another attempt to escape the palace. Last year, one of Sheikh Mohammed's daughters, 33-year-old Princess Latifah, also tried to get away, but she failed. Up until 3 weeks ago, Her Royal Highness Princess Haya bint Al Hussein seemed to be living a glamorous and exciting life. The sister of the King of Jordan, Haya was the former Olympian and high-profile UN ambassador
the UNHRD
who'd become an icon for female empowerment in the Middle East. But then, the fairy tale shattered.
From the outside, and you think, wow, they've got everything that you could ever imagine. But actually, it's the things that we take for granted, which is the most important thing that they haven't got.
Now, the 45-year-old princess, along with her 2 young children, has fled to London, apparently trying to escape this man, her husband, the powerful billionaire ruler of Dubai, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. So much luxury, but no freedom.
No freedom. Yeah, no freedom. And it's the basic freedom.
Marcus Asabri is one of the very few people who understands what the secretive Dubai royal family is really like. He knows because he spent years living inside the palace. Not that it was an enjoyable experience.
If I had stayed there, if I was, or have been kept there, I don't think I could have survived because I don't fit in. I don't tick their boxes.
Well, Marcus, no member of Dubai's royal family has spoken out like this before. It's quite brave from you.
Brave? I wouldn't call it brave. I think that's the right thing to do with all the circumstances that are happening at the present time.
As you'll see tonight, privilege and wealth don't guarantee happiness. And the latest, probably permanent departure from Dubai by a high-ranking member of the royal family is actually not that surprising. Princess Haya and her children are holed up here at the family's $150 million mansion, and security is ever present. They're on one side of the road and Kensington Palace is on the other. But it's a fitting hideaway for this princess who's close friends with the Queen and powerful figures right around the world. How they got here is an extraordinary story. Escaping from Dubai under the cover of darkness on a private jet to Germany, reportedly assisted by foreign diplomats, before eventually seeking refuge here in London.
Princess Haya bint Al Hussein is said to be in fear for her life.
While it's obvious the princess and the sheikh have had a massive blow-up,
leaving her husband without warning and taking $56 million with her.
Their falling out is about to get a whole lot more volatile.
She's requested asylum and filed for divorce.
Next week, a British court will begin hearing a bitter custody battle over the couple's two children, 11-year-old daughter Jalila and 7-year-old son Zayed.
Well, they're both enormously rich. And he is worth about $5 billion and is head of a feudal kingdom, in effect. And she, of course, is a royal Jordanian family. But
Australian Jeffrey Robertson is a prominent barrister in London, and he says there could be fireworks.
In custody battles of this kind, the judge has to display the wisdom of Solomon.
Do you find sometimes that in high-profile cases like this for the clients, ego is a big thing?
Where there is no settlement, ego is usually the cause. And sometimes, of course, the most massive ego can fall flat on its face. And that's the danger of going ahead.
And I'd like to welcome our new...
While this dispute might look like a straightforward marriage breakdown, albeit one involving large egos and obscene wealth, it is actually much murkier than that. At the centre of this drama is why Princess Haya decided to run away from Dubai and her husband in the first place. The upcoming court case has the potential to really expose what goes on inside that family.
I think it does, not just that family, but it's a huge diplomatic problem.
Watching the case closely in London is another human rights lawyer, David Haig. What does this say about the way that Sheikh Mohammed is running that family?
We are very worried about Princess Haya.
He believes Princess Haya may have left Dubai after finally learning the truth about one of Sheikh Mohammed's older daughters, 33-year-old Princess Latifa.
In particular, like with Latifa's case, people look at this and they think, that can't be true. And now you've got a situation where there's going to be an English court looking at whether or not it's appropriate to return two children to the father when their mother is saying their life is at risk. And Latifa's evidence is now very, very important.
Hello, my name is Latifa Al Maktoum. I was born on December 5, 1985.
Princess Latifa is the 33-year-old daughter of one of the wealthiest and most powerful men in the world, the ruler of Dubai, Sheikh Mohammed.
And I'm making this video because it could be the last video I make. Yeah.
Last year, Latifah tried to flee the Royal Palace. But before she did, probably as a form of insurance, she recorded this astonishing 38-minute video.
My father is the Prime Minister of UAE and the ruler of Dubai, Mohammed bin Rashid.
In it, she made serious allegations about her father, which, if true, could derail the Sheikh's looming custody dispute with his estranged wife, Princess Haya, who herself has now fled Dubai and is in hiding in London with the couple's 2 young children.
My vision is to Dubai to be #1.
All my father cares about is his reputation. And if you are watching this video, it's not such a good thing. Either I'm dead or I'm in a very, very, very bad situation.
Well, I swear I can see right through you.
Just like Princess Haya, to outsiders, Princess Latifah seemed to have it all. An adrenaline junkie who loved living the high life. But she kept a secret, and it wasn't until she became friends with Tina Johainen that Latifah spoke about it. She said when she was a teenager, she tried to leave Dubai, but was caught and then severely punished.
So in total, I was in prison for 3 years and 4 months. It was constant torture. Even when they weren't physically beating me up, they would torture me.
She basically had no freedom. She was not allowed to have certain friends, even talk to certain family members. Her life was just very restricted.
Latifah felt trapped and oppressed here in Dubai, so eventually she hatched an extraordinary escape plan with her best friend Tina. It was equal parts Thelma and Louise and James Bond, at first fleeing by road to Oman, then by boat and jet ski to India, and finally flying to the United States, where the princess was going to seek political asylum. The reward was freedom at last, but if both women were caught, well, the consequences would be dire.
She would often say, this is life or death for me. She was willing to take the risk, even if she would not make it.
To assist with her escape, Princess Latifah hired former French spy, Hervé Joubert. After months of planning, Latifah launched her daring bid for freedom in February last year. Her friend Tina was by her side.
Before we got in the car, we're like, this is it, it's really happening. We were hugging each other, and whatever happens, we're both doing this because we want to do it.
They drove to neighbouring Oman before facing the most dangerous part of this escape plot. A 5-hour trip by dinghy and jet skis to international waters, where Hervé's yacht, the Nostromo, was waiting.
I saw a woman who knew what she was doing. She was absolutely determined to get away.
From there, they set a course for freedom, Goa in India. But on the second day of that voyage, Latifah made a foolish mistake. She messaged her family to let them know that she'd escaped. She didn't think there was any trouble coming before they got to India.
No, she was aware of some trouble coming, but imagine being living in a golden cage all your life.
When trouble did arrive, it arrived in force. Nearing India, Hervé actually step in here and say, what is going on?
I think ultimately the only person that can let Latifah go, because it is a dictatorship, is her father.
Today, David Haig remains as angry about Sheikh Mohammed's iron rule as he did when I met him a year ago, when 60 Minutes first reported on Latifah's disappearance. But part of his anger is personal.
I was beaten severely. There was sexual abuse as well, which is very difficult to talk about still.
David was the managing director of Leeds United Football Club in 2012, when it was taken over by a Dubai business. But when a dispute erupted over finances, he flew to Dubai, only to find himself locked up in jail on charges he would eventually be acquitted of.
So severe was what they did to me that when I was released, I spent 6 months in hospital, recovering from the broken bones, and as well as the broken mind.
To help in the fight for Latifah's freedom, David has gathered a network of like-minded supporters. And it now includes the princess's own cousin, who for the first time is talking about life inside the palace. Why have you decided to speak?
Because it was very hard for me to ignore it. I couldn't sleep at night. You know, I have to do something. I believe that everything that anybody does will help Latifah. These are the adopted kids that they have there.
Unlike most men in Dubai, Marcus Sabri knows the hardships often faced by women in the royal family. That's because he used to be one of them. You're Marcus now.
I am.
Who did you grow up as?
I grew up as Fatima.
Was it apparent to you from a very young age that boys were treated very differently to girls in Dubai?
Yes. Yeah, big time. Yeah, and I think that's why I didn't last there. Like siblings, really, more than cousins, you know.
Marcus, who transitioned to life as a man 10 years ago,
me and Shamsa playing a video game,
says he shared a special bond with not only Latifah, but also her sister Shamsa, another Dubai princess who tried but failed to escape the royal family.
All I'm saying is that I made up my mind. At the moment, I have hope, I have a goal, but to get there, I'll have to sacrifice some of the things I have.
Shamsa obviously trusted you. I mean, you were almost her confidant in those letters.
Yeah.
What did she say to you when she opened up?
That she would rather die than carry on the life there. For me, it's very tough to talk about this because I feel I've let her down.
It was July 2000, and 18-year-old Shamsa was holidaying at the family's $130 million country estate in Surrey, in England. She managed to escape the compound and was free for several weeks before eventually being caught and sent back to Dubai.
She was in prison for 8 years, and then I was allowed to visit her.
In the video Latifah recorded in the lead up to her own bid for freedom, she talked about her sister's treatment.
Right now, she has a psychiatrist with her, and she's surrounded by nurses. They watch her take her pills. They make sure that she takes all of her pills. These drugs to control her mind. I don't know what they are. And so her life is totally controlled.
While it's impossible to verify Princess Latifah's claims about her sister, Marcus believes every single word. Do you think the way that Shamsa was allegedly taken back to Dubai from the UK would be playing on Princess Haya's mind now?
I hope so. I hope there must be a reason why she left. I think it just shows you that we're not safe wherever we go.
Something is not right in Dubai's privileged and wealthy royal family. It began 19 years ago when the ruler, Sheikh Mohammed's daughter, Princess Shamsa, tried to flee but failed.
Hello, my name is Latifa.
Last year, her sister, Princess Latifa, was similarly foiled in a bid for freedom.
And if you are watching this video, it's not such a good thing. Either I'm dead or I'm in a very, very, very bad situation.
But then, just 3 weeks ago, one of the Sheikh's wives, the glamorous Princess Haya, fled to London with her 2 young children. The billion-dollar question is why?
And I don't want to go any more deeply into it because for the protection of Latifa herself.
One of the biggest clues lies in an extraordinary radio interview Princess Haya gave in January. Under pressure to publicly explain what had happened to Latifa, Haya tried to toe the family line.
And what's important to us as a family is to ensure that she's all right.
She rejected any suggestion of ill treatment.
If I thought for a single second that any shred of this was true, I wouldn't put up with it or stand for it.
Princess Haya had invited former UN Human Rights Commissioner Mary Robinson to visit Latifa in Dubai.
I dedicated my presidency to having a space for those who felt marginalised.
But that stunt backfired when disturbing photographs of the meeting were released. Did you see the photo recently that was released of Latifa?
Yes.
Marcus Sabri is Latifa's cousin. What did you see when you looked at her?
Somebody that was there but not there. There was something missing. It's like there was no life. I don't know if she was drugged or despair, emptiness.
In an extraordinary twist, 1 month after these photos were released, Haya also fled the Royal Palace. First to Germany and then on to London. Shamsa, Latifa, Haya, 3 princesses have all fled Dubai. Why no princes?
Because they have the freedom to come in and out whenever they do. They have the freedom. The women, they haven't got the freedom that the men have.
Marcus believes Haya left her husband because she finally realised the truth about what had happened to Latifa.
It's very sad. Somebody's taken like her life away from her. It's like you are living, but you have no right to live. Is she being locked up? Is she being beaten? Is she being fed? I wouldn't treat even an animal the way she has been treated.
Lawyer David Haig says allegations Latifa has been mistreated will prove crucial in Haya's custody case.
Because whereas before they were just essentially trying to cover up, hide her away, and hope it goes away, we're here a year later, we know it's not going to go away now. Her evidence, it would seem to me, is going to become incredibly important in the UK court.
The stage is now set for the next chapter in this battle royale. Sheikh Mohammed is taking Princess Haya to Britain's High Court in what will be one of the most extraordinary custody cases the world has ever seen. All of a sudden, the private lives of the rulers of Dubai are about to play out very publicly here in London. This is going to be the biggest custody battle the world's almost ever seen between Sheikh Mohammed and Haya. Do you think it's safe for those 2 kids to go back to Dubai?
Absolutely not. And I hope one day that the Latifa is free to be able to answer that question as well, and she can tell you why not in detail.
Given the amount of negative headlines that are really starting to pile up around what's happening in Dubai, for Sheikh Mohammed, do you get a sense that he might feel like his castle is starting to crumble around him?
I think it has. We're also seeing people, that were around the family that for the first time ever are prepared to speak because his power is falling. People are no longer as scared of him as they once were.
My aim, my hope, my dream is that I can hug them, see them, make sure that they're all right, okay, you know.
Silent for so long, Marcus says he'll now keep on talking until he's holding his cousins, Shams and Latifah, safely in his arms. Do you believe it'll happen one day?
I do, or I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't do this if I didn't believe it could happen.
What would it mean to you to hug your cousins again?
Really amazing. Amazing. Hugging them will be just amazing. Definitely.
When Princess Diana's baby boy fell in love with a gorgeous American starlet, we all went, ah. Then things got even better. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle were married, and in doing so took on the role of Duke and Duchess of the world. But now something has happened. The couple appear to want a little privacy. Too much to ask? You bet. The public feel cheated, the tabloids have turned, and the blame game, much of it directed at Meghan, is fierce. It hasn't yet progressed to off with her head, but it's still a major headache for the royal family. It started so well. A dashing prince with the love of his life. The announcement of an engagement.
It's beautiful, and he designed it. It's incredible.
And plans for a wedding. Sure, there were a few hiccups.
She's not gonna tell me that I can't speak.
In-laws acting like outlaws.
If I had a message for Harry, it's get over it. I'm your new father-in-law.
But as Meghan Markle walked down the aisle to be with Prince Harry, the whole world was happy. Fast forward 15 months, the fairy tale has fractured. And one person is copping all the blame.
Andrew, what on earth has Meghan done?
Well, Meghan seems to be a version of the Antichrist as far as Fleet Street are concerned. And it's almost a royal rite of passage you've got to go through.
Andrew Morton has spent a lifetime making the private lives of the royal family public. But he reckons Meghan Markle bashing has gone too far.
You don't know what's going on, really. And yet the kind of casual vituperation of Meghan and Harry is, it makes you shudder. I mean, it's not like she's done anything wrong. She's just basically living her life as a royal. She's, in my view, she's done everything right.
It's quite revealing that Meghan said when she joined the royal family that she was going to hit the ground running.
Unlike Morton, former palace insider Patrick Jeffson says Meghan needs work to make it as a royal.
Now, of course, we love people who hit the ground running. Energy, enthusiasm, motivation, let's do it. But you've got to know where you're running to and who's running with you and what are you going to say when you get there?
At what should be the happiest time of the newlyweds' lives, things have gone famously awry for Meghan, and in turn, Harry too. Eyebrows were first raised when taxpayers funded their $4 million house reno.
The Duke and Duchess have been criticised for demanding privacy, yet still accepting taxpayers' money for renovations on their home.
More tut-tutting when the couple kept little Archie away from public view.
I mean, they could have come out in a glass carriage just to show us the baby in the christening gown.
Then Meghan was slammed for acting like a snob at the tennis.
This is not a private visit. If you're the Duchess of Sussex getting a freebie at Wimbledon in the VIP seat, it's not a private visit.
And now, a further frenzy of outrage because these eco-warriors like to travel in style.
A lot of people have labelled them hypocrites because they've taken 4 private jet flights in just 11 days.
Andrew Morton says it's just not worth the hot air.
It seems to me that Meghan really should be given applause, not and bouquets, rather than the attacks that she and Harry are suffering from.
I don't think they're listening to you, though.
Who's they?
Well, the press. Has she really provoked the British media so badly?
The British media are notoriously fickle. They have an antenna for when the royal family is not being entirely straight with them. And this may be why Meghan and other members of the family have taken far more control of their own image.
I mean, look at all these tourists here.
A lot of people, and it's a sunny day.
Yeah. Well, you know who they've come to see, Harry and Meg's.
They've not come to see Harry and Meg's. They've come to see the Queen. They've come to pay respect to the great British tradition of the monarchy. They've come to see real royals.
Outside the gates of the world's most famous family home, today there's only one winner in a popularity poll about young royal wives.
Kate is a billion times better.
Meghan does not hold a candle to Kate.
I'm here with British commentator Katie Hopkins. Meghan's interesting.
No, she's fickle, she's of the moment, she's this deep.
Who says someone has to speak for the commoners and expose the real Meghan Markle.
Katie, why do you hate Meghan so much? What has she ever done to you?
Everything. It's my royal family, this is my country. Prince Harry is my Prince Harry.
So you're jealous?
I'm not jealous of Meghan. Who wants to be Meghan Markle? Like, I'm unpopular. I'm known as the biggest bitch in Britain. The only person in Britain who's more unpopular than me, Meghan Markle.
I don't think that's right.
I think that's true.
Katie is nothing if not outspoken, but she genuinely believes the future of the royal family is at stake unless Meghan Markle is banished forthwith.
Meghan Markle is the biggest hypocrite there is. What does Meghan Markle do? Oh, we've got to save the planet, save the planet. Oh, do one good thing every day. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Then what does she do? Get on 4 private flights to wherever land at £400,000 a week hire, and then uses up half the CO2 emissions that anyone else might have had. It's pure hypocrisy. And what is she really? She's a no one. She's a divorcee. When did we want a divorcee in the royal family? She wears bad clothes. When did we ask for that? We've just got so much better of our own.
Strong words, maybe some embellishment, but here in Britain, it's backed up by Meghan's disapproval ratings. A recent survey found the Duchess divisive and ranked her the second most disliked female royal after Camilla.
There were knackered old skeptics like me, old haggard women going, oh, that doesn't look very good. And then sort of the young, beautiful people going, oh, we love her social media, oh, fabulous, fabulous Beyonce. That's the split. And the haggard ones have got even more entrenched in their hatred. And I think even the young ones are sceptical because Prince Harry's lost all of his va-va-voom.
What irks Katie is the damage she thinks Meghan is causing to Harry's reputation.
Maybe Harry doesn't give a stuff when anyone thinks he's just chosen someone for himself, and maybe he's sick of the media, and maybe he doesn't like people like you having a running commentary on his life. It is his life.
Sort of, but then again, I just paid £2.3 million as a taxpayer in order to redevelop Frogmere Cottage for him and his wife. I just paid for his wife to sit in the royal box at Wimbledon.
That went well.
Yeah, that was splendid. She wouldn't let anyone take a photograph of herself and asked to be sat alone. So give and take, go leave the royal family, abdicate, whoop, whoop, off you go.
My concern about Meghan is that she's allowing her PR to be driven from America. So it's her American friends, her American court, as you will, Oprah, George Clooney, Amal Clooney, Serena Williams, all standing up for her, which is good. But it's from the perspective of America as opposed to the perspective of Britain.
Andrew Morton famously wrote a bestseller about Harry's mum, Princess Diana. And in Meghan Markle, he sees history repeating itself.
I remember Princess Diana, she was called the fairy tale princess when she first married Prince Charles. Within a year, she's been called a fiend and a monster because a lot of members of staff, bodyguards, valet, private secretaries had left. Fergie, Duchess of York, starts off as a breath of fresh air, great friend of the Queen, goes carriage driving, goes horse riding with the Queen and Prince Philip. And then within a matter of months, she's dubbed Freebie Fergie because she asked for a discount on a kitchen. So, this is what's happened.
As colourful as the British royal family's always been, their whiteness has dominated. And that brings us to a sensitive subject.
I think that's where people go with this. If I criticise Meghan, as we can hear I am, people say, well, you're racist. And honestly, it's not even a second thought to me. It only comes up in the minds of those who are truly racist, and that's never people like me. I'm just observing the dress is better on Kate, how she wears it is better. So this racist thing is really old and tired, but I think it's just people's way of sort of saying, you must not criticise Meghan.
I think the whole racial question is entirely misleading. It's irrelevant. And I would warn against anybody taking that line as any sort of explanation as to why Meghan sometimes doesn't get the press she necessarily wants.
Even Prince Harry played the racism card to an extent.
Yeah, and I advised strongly against him doing that.
Did you?
Yeah. If you take that point of view, then you're going to miss perhaps some more relevant reasons to why Meghan isn't as popular as she should be.
For 8 years, Patrick Jeffson was Princess Diana's private secretary. He saw the pressure public scrutiny brings, but says, like Diana did, the modern royals must learn to cope with it.
It's confusing for her, I'm sure. Royal life is very similar to celebrity life, but celebrity lives are earned. Royal lives are granted.
I am not dissing the dirt on Meghan, not at all. I'm being honest. As a friend and someone that knew her before Harry, knew her. I didn't even know she was famous when I met her. I didn't know who she was.
And we'll never be royal.
With so-called friends like British media personality Lizzie Cundy, Meghan Markle probably doesn't need enemies.
What did you think of her?
I thought she was great fun. She was very friendly.
Meghan, the hottest gal in the US.
Wanting to please everyone, doing selfies, photographs, and she wanted a giggle.
I'm the luckiest girl in the world.
She liked to drink. She also was single and was kind of looking for a guy. She loved England.
She says they were great buddies before Meghan met Harry.
She said she wanted a boyfriend, she wanted a celebrity boyfriend, and never, in my wildest dreams would I ever think that she would end up marrying Prince Harry.
But when Meghan joined the firm, this Lizzie was dumped in favour of another.
I think Meghan changed to a girl that maybe was more manipulating and doing what Meghan wants to do. I kind of saw a different side.
Come on, you're just a jilted friend.
I'm not a jilted friend,
You
I
are.
promise. I'm not. I'm really not a jilted friend at all. But I feel that they could do things so much better. I don't think you can lecture about the planet and then take 4 private jets. I wanted her to be the next Princess Diana. I think she still can be. But Princess Diana was about everyone else. And it appears that Meghan is about Meghan a lot of the time.
And here's another problem for Meghan. Could anyone live up to the memory of the mother-in-law from heaven? Princess Diana's former private secretary, Patrick Jeffson, says, in the eyes of the British public,
It's an almost impossible task, but it could be the key to winning Meghan's PR battle.
She was in the business of life and death, of dealing with people regardless of race or gender or background, who were at the bottom of the heap, whose lives were miserable. People who were stigmatized, people who were outsiders, outcasts. So today, AIDS isn't stigmatized, leprosy isn't stigmatized, mental illness is transformed. All Diana's work.
So what you're saying is that Meghan doesn't need to look anywhere else but at the legacy of her mother-in-law.
Meghan isn't and never has been an ordinary British person. So part of her challenge is to work out what it feels like, what it is to be an ordinary British person, and not to be one, but to understand, therefore, how best to use her extraordinary influence and high profile.
So what's the blueprint then for Meghan to be a success?
The blueprint involves not doing more, but probably doing less. She is, after all, wife of the 6th in line to the throne. That means that she is constitutionally irrelevant. However...
That's not a very nice way of putting it.
However, she is obviously very high profile. And that combination has never really happened before.
Back at Buckingham Palace, Katie Hopkins is still railing against Meghan. But there's also an admission, an economic Markle sparkle.
Harry and Meg's are new money. I can almost hear the tills.
Yes, they are new money. And I do think in terms of a new kind of era of profitability, the social media generation for the royal family and all of that, of course, Markle's got that sewn up. But this is what it's all about.
Hang on a second.
I nearly said something nice about Markle.
You concede that she's good for royal business.
No, she's good for business. She's good for Meghan Markle's business.
Now, while Meghan trashing seems to be a popular sport at the moment, it also pays to remember her greatest supporter is also a great warrior. I think Harry's the most interesting part of this whole story.
So true.
He's doing his own thing.
True.
He's almost winding everyone up, going, come get me, because I'm after a fight.
Oh, this is so true. And it is very much like he is just determined to go anti-establishment. He's flicking the V sign to everything that he was brought up by.
So it's not Meghan, it's Harry's fault.
It's Harry, but Harry is redeemable because Harry was in a uniform and he was in a helicopter and he was in Afghanistan. Meghan was only ever in cheap movies.
In reality, the fate of the royal family doesn't rest on Harry or Meghan. There's an order of things and traditions one person can't make or break. Do you think Harry wants out?
Well, he's always said that, if he could, he'd love to be a safari guide. And I'm sure that he does think to himself, what on earth am I doing this for sometimes? But at the end of the day, Catherine's going to be the Queen and Meghan is going to always have to curtsy to her.
Will there be any dramas there?
Oh, there's always going to be dramas. I mean, but everything is geared towards turning the House of Windsor into a soap opera.
Divorces are often messy and costly affairs, but nothing compares to the one that currently entangles the royal family of Dubai. The Emirates ruler, Sheikh Mohammed, is pitted against his ex-wife, Princess Haya, who surprisingly at this point, convincingly, holds the upper hand. In this billion-dollar battle, a judge has ruled the princess's accusations that the all-powerful sheikh intimidated her with guns and threatened her with imprisonment are true. And as you'll see, other claims against Sheikh Mohammed are so outrageous they're difficult to believe. But as we've been reporting for 2 years now, the royal ruler has form. There are two versions of Dubai. The glitzy and progressive city it tries to portray to the world, And the dark reality, where many women are second-class citizens, nowhere more so than in their own royal family.
If you are watching this video, it's not such a good thing. Either I'm dead or I'm in a very, very, very bad situation.
Now a bitter divorce case has seen the family's dirty laundry aired and the all-powerful patriarch Sheikh Mohammed embarrassed, with a judge declaring his daughters were kidnapped and are now wrongly imprisoned. The Sheikh was also accused of trying to marry off his 12-year-old daughter to an alleged murderer.
His house of cards has collapsed and people are seeing the real Dubai. You now have multiple ex-wives speaking out publicly. You have daughters all trying to escape. You have serious, serious problems in the family.
And tonight,
this is my idea.
We can reveal more women want out.
I just can't stand it. I am thinking of leaving tonight.
As rebellion stirs in the region.
I'm trying to lead a revolution. I'm trying to make girls there speak up even more, and if they're scared to talk, I will say what they want to say.
My vision is to Dubai to be #1.
Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum has it all. Ruler of Dubai, multi-billionaire, global dignitary, and owner of the world's biggest racing stable, Godolphin.
Winner of the Dubai World Cup.
And it's not just countless dollars and trophies that he's collected over the years. The 70-year-old's also managed to marry 6 different women and father somewhere between 24 and 30 children.
It's not often that people can find a solution in one package.
Highest profile among the wives was Princess Haya, a glamorous member of the Jordanian royal family, who he wed back in 2004.
It is seen as a man's right to take more than one wife.
Dr. Raihan Ismail is an expert in Middle Eastern studies at Australian National University and says Sheikh Mohammed does as he pleases in Dubai, where no one dares challenge his power.
The term cult of personality is sometimes used when you look at leaders like Kim Jong-un. Is there an element of that when it comes to Sheikh Mohammed in Dubai? He's the leader and you don't say otherwise.
I think so. I think we're talking about an individual who's very powerful. If you speak out immediately, you will be arrested. You can't really tweet against the ruler. So I think repression plays an important role in understanding why people don't speak out in certain areas, particularly in Dubai and the UAE in general.
After years together on the world stage at events like Royal Ascot,
Princess Haya bint Al Hussein is said to be in fear for her life.
The world was left stunned when last year Princess Haya fled to London on a private jet,
leaving her husband without warning and taking $56 million with her,
seeking asylum for her and the couple's 2 young children.
She's requested asylum and filed for divorce.
And now this royal divorce is indeed a battle royale playing out in London's High Court. In Princess Haya's corner is Baroness Shackleton, who represented Prince Charles in his divorce from Princess Diana, while Sheikh Mohammed has called in Helen Ward, who represented Guy Ritchie when he divorced Madonna. But the Sheikh's attempts at damage control have failed, with startling allegations aired and damning findings delivered.
This is not a person that should be ruling a country, and certainly not one that is a friend of the West.
David Haig has campaigned to the United Nations for many years, alerting the world to human rights abuses in Dubai, and this divorce has now shone a light on what really goes on behind palace walls. Among a litany of evidence, lawyers for Princess Haya told the court she wanted her 12-year-old daughter protected from Sheikh Mohammed, alleging he was trying to force her into an arranged marriage with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. He's the man many people believe ordered the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi in the Saudi consulate in Turkey.
It gives you some sense of the regard that he has for females.
Yeah, the reality of the situation in Dubai, that's what it shows you. You know, behind all the pretense that they have about equality and diversity, it's just horrific that a father, let alone the leader of a country, would think that that would be an appropriate thing to do to anyone.
The Sheikh denies that claim, and the judge decided the allegation could not be proved. The court heard things first turned sour between Sheikh Mohammed and his wife last year, when Princess Haya began raising concerns about the Sheikh's treatment of his daughter from another marriage, Princess Latifah.
And I'm making this video because it could be the last video I make. Yeah.
We now know that that's when Princess Haya realised what was being done to Princess Latifah. She wouldn't stand for it, and ultimately she took her children and she fled for her life.
60 Minutes first uncovered Latifah's story 2 years ago, that she tried to flee her tyrannical father, but ended up being captured by armed forces that he sent to storm her escape boat near India, and then locked her up back in Dubai. Her friend Tina Johanan was also arrested on that boat.
They were telling me, close your eyes or we'll shoot you right here. Take your last breath now.
What was the last image you have of Latifah?
She was kicking and screaming and she was fighting for her life.
And you haven't seen Latifah since then?
No.
Sheikh Mohammed has always denied the allegations, as well as claims he abducted another runaway daughter, Princess Shamsa, in a separate operation in England years earlier. But in a landmark finding, the High Court judge declared both kidnappings did happen.
It is a huge step that a judge of this significance comes out now and says, yes, I believe this story. Sheikh Mohammed did that.
I mean, you guys were the first mainstream channel to cover it in detail. And I remember very well at the time, everybody was amazed and thought it can't be true. This really isn't true. We were up against one of the most powerful Arab men in the world and his media machine trying to make us look as if we were lying. So to see it in black and white from the highest family court judge in England, it's a good feeling for us. Of course, it's never going to be the perfect feeling until Latifah is free.
Princess Haya's support for Princess Latifah apparently enraged Sheikh Mohammed, and he sought to punish his wife for what he saw as treachery. On 2 occasions in March last year, Princess Haya said she returned home to find a gun in her bed with the muzzle pointed towards the door and the safety catch off. Nearby were notes reading, "We will take your son, your daughter is ours, your life is over." On another day, a fleet of Sheikh Mohammed's helicopters landed at Haya's house, and in front of their 2 children, the pilot told her they were there to take her to a desert prison. Sheikh Mohammed confirmed to the court that his helicopters did indeed land there, but claims they did so by mistake. However, the judge dismissed that and said he believed Princess Haya's version of events. The Sheikh refused to actually give evidence in person in London, instead trying to soften his image by staging a global women's forum in Dubai alongside Ivanka Trump, all while the hearing took place.
Sheikh Mohammed likes to think of himself as a very influential world leader. This is so damaging to his credibility.
The hypocrisy, the rank hypocrisy of seeing someone promoting themselves as a human rights ambassador and a world leader who values equality and diversity, and the reality of what's set out in that very clear judgment from the highest family court in England shows you very clearly the reality. And it takes away all the propaganda and all the PR and all the facade that Dubai have tried to cover up, which is essentially kidnapping of 2 young women, abuse of a wife, and intimidation of those around them. Those are what's been found, breaking the law, abusing women, and doing it again and again and again.
But if you want to read the damning findings, you certainly won't be able to do so in the UAE.
Sheikh Mohammed now has tried to hide the truth in Dubai.
Essentially, it's completely censored. If you're in Dubai and you want to read the judgment from an English court, you can't, because it's blocked. I mean, of course that's what he's going to try and do, because he wants to maintain his image, but his house of cards has fallen. The world knows what he did.
Sorry for the music and the noise, it's just background noise. I don't want anyone to hear me.
It's eerily familiar.
This is my ID.
But this is another young woman claiming to be a member of Dubai's royal family, asking for help to escape.
I am thinking of leaving tonight. Why? I just can't stand it. I just cannot stand it.
She says she is Sheikha Meta Al Maktoum. She's not a daughter of ruler Sheikh Mohammed, rather part of the extended royal family.
I'm sick of my parents. I feel like...
The footage was sent to David Haig, the human rights advocate that another Dubai princess, Latifa, also sent videos to when she was looking for help in her own escape bid in 2018.
I will leave in a few hours, and I just want to say thank you for everything. Like, I really do.
Why did Meta want out?
A similar story. It was the essentially male guardianship system where she wasn't allowed to live the life that she sees all the Western women that are expats in Dubai living. And I think that's what makes it very difficult for the locals in Dubai, for the Emiratis, is that they are still under a very archaic system of male guardianship, particularly for the women, yet that their noses are pressed up against designer shopping malls, designer nightclubs, but they're told, no, you can't take part in that. It must be very, 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 very difficult. And understandably, many of them want to leave.
David says Princess Meta's escape bid failed and he lost contact with her late last year. Her whereabouts are now unknown. We've been unable to contact the woman in the video, but have spoken with multiple people who claim to have assisted in her efforts to flee Dubai.
Hello, my name is Latifa Al Maktoum,
saying she was inspired by Princess Latifa's own bid for freedom.
and I'm making this video because it could be the last video I make.
Because of globalization, modernization, access to information, and also the ability to see what's happening elsewhere, I think women are pushing boundaries and challenging traditional practices.
So it does feel like the tide is changing on this now.
I think so.
Dr. Raihan Ismail has watched Dubai evolve for decades. She believes many locals there are so thankful for the economic prosperity under Sheikh Mohammed that they're happy to look the other way when questions are raised about his human rights record.
Do you think many people in Dubai would know about the abduction and the detention of Sheikh Mohammed's daughters?
I think so. They will have access to that information. But to be honest, I don't think the population would care very much.
Why is that?
It's seen as a family matter. The royal
to lock up your daughter.
Yeah, but it's not that they accept it, but they're saying that that's what the ruler wants to do. It doesn't bother us. We're talking about privileged individuals here with a lot of power.
Is it perhaps the path of least resistance for the public? Because yes, maybe
allowed.
they disagree with it, but the penalty for speaking out
absolutely
is too serious.
I mean, it's almost impossible to speak out against royal families in the region, and in the context of the UAE, that is considered almost treasonous if you speak out against the royal family.
The unrest in Dubai's royal family is unfortunately not unique. A similar scenario is playing out right now over the border in Saudi Arabia.
This is what the rebels, the government, the citizens have fought for.
Where Princess Basma bint Saud, the daughter of the country's second king, is being held in a notorious prison without charge.
Starts with security, then equality, freedom, and education.
The princess had long campaigned for improved women's rights in the country before disappearing last year. Last month, in a now deleted tweet, she announced, "I was abducted without explanation, together with one of my daughters, and thrown into prison. I have done no wrong."
So the state tells you what's okay and what's not okay. So if you have a female activist who's trying to ask for more, that's not acceptable because you're not allowed to speak out against the state. So a number of activists have been in jail, and these women have been calling for more rights for women.
Is the image that Qatar portrays to the world of itself accurate?
No, definitely not accurate.
Aisha Al-Qahtani is another powerful voice for change, having escaped what she describes as an oppressive and abusive life in neighbouring Qatar.
Your family must be pretty powerful.
Yeah, they are. They're influential people, mostly in the military. They have their own connections. My brother's an ambassador.
Doha is the glittering capital of Qatar, another Middle Eastern hub promoting itself as a progressive city on the world stage. But this is what life often looked like for Aisha in her homeland. Not surprisingly, when she made it to London, she cut her hair and embraced a Western wardrobe.
The city is gorgeous.
It might be a trivial element to some, but that's a nice suit you've got on. What would the reaction be if you walked down the street in Doha in that?
Yeah, well, for a start, I was never allowed to walk down the streets, and I'm not even exaggerating. If I chose to wear this suit and walk in the streets of Doha, I would get murdered. And this is the hypocrisy of this country.
Aisha had planned her escape from Qatar for years, but knew she couldn't fly out of there because laws stipulate local women under the age of 25 need a male guardian's permission to board a flight. So her bid for freedom actually came on a family holiday in Kuwait late last year, where she snuck away to the airport on her own to catch a 3 a.m. flight to London.
How fast was your heart going when you boarded that plane to get out?
It was just like I needed someone to pinch me, because I couldn't believe that I actually did this. And I was telling myself, if I was a blonde girl with blue eyes, my family would just tell me, bon voyage, and that's it. But why do I have to go through this escape plan and prison break-like story just to leave, just to, travel, just my freedom of movement?
Had you read about the two princesses who fled Dubai before you made your own bid for freedom?
Yeah, I've been looking a lot of stories too about girls who run away. I either run away to have a new life or I stay and just basically emotionally and mentally die. And if this plan works and I get to live, great. If it doesn't, then it was worth it. At least I tried.
You're gambling with your life.
Yeah. It's just intense to think about it again. The whole escape plan. And the things that women have to go through just to have a normal life.
Aisha Al-Qahtani is always looking over her shoulder. Worried her powerful family wants her back in Qatar.
Click here 3 times. It calls in the nearest police units and shows by location on the map and starts recording immediately.
After landing in London late last year, the 23-year-old has had to change locations a number of times after her family managed to track her down.
I lived in a James Bond movie for, 3 months now.
Take us through why it was a James Bond movie.
Yeah, well, it was a constant chase, and it's just knowing that they're always gonna carry on looking for me. I was in Cardiff. I was walking in the mall, and I could see my brother at the end of the, path, and I thought I was hallucinating. And he said, the same people that you're praising and they're protecting you, I bribed them and everything works with money in London.
Aisha managed to get help that day and for now is safe at a secret hideout. But she knows that continuing to paint a picture of what life's really like in Qatar will make her a target. Yet she believes she's lucky to have escaped and it's now her duty to speak out on behalf of the women still there.
I think it's very important for the world to see the real image of women's situation in Qatar. There is something wrong about this country, and how it treats women. Because the amount of propaganda that we produce is just so infuriating for me as a feminist, seeing these lies all the time.
Less than 2 kilometres away from where we spoke to Aisha, another woman from the Middle East is also standing up for women's rights. Dubai's Princess Haya is currently locked in a bitter custody dispute with her former husband, Sheikh Mohammed. The judge in this case found the sheikh intimidated his ex-wife with guns and helicopters, and also declared for the first time his daughters had been abducted and wrongly detained. And that's not the only drama Dubai's ruler is facing right now, with the United Nations also investigating the sheikh over the treatment of women in his royal family.
Now, that will be a finding that will be issued, we hope, within the next few weeks. And it's, to us, very clear that what that finding is going to say, and it's going to be very, very damaging. And we hope it will be the start of the freedom for Latifa.
David Haig has led the campaign to free Latifa for 2 years, ever since she was captured by special forces at sea, trying to flee Dubai. He believes it's time for not just political leaders, but anyone who does business with Sheikh Mohammed to reconsider their relationships with the controversial billionaire.
Sheikh Mohammed takes so much pride in his horse racing stable. It has a huge presence here in Australia. Is he the kind of person that is fit to run a major stable?
The short answer is no. And one of the things that we're doing at the Free Latifa campaign is essentially using the judgment, as we have done with the UN, but at racing boards and racing regulators around the world, to show that this man is not fit and proper. Not just that has he broken the law in the most serious ways, he's kidnapped 2 women, abused his wife, used intimidation, involved firearms, helicopters. You couldn't make this up. And is that the type of person that Australians want to see holding up the Melbourne Cup?
The winds of change are blowing across the Middle East, and women are the force behind it. From princesses fleeing palaces to brave young firebrands, their voices won't be silenced.
You're trying to lead a revolution.
Indeed. I'm trying to lead a revolution. I'm trying to make girls there speak up even more. And if they're scared to talk, I will say what they want to say. I think I can. I mean, I've got the energy, I've got the time. I've only turned 23 a couple of weeks ago. And I have all the doors opened for me. And as my friend said, London is the city of dreams. So.
I always thought the British royal family were the masters and mistresses of scandal. Well, tonight, they might have to hand over their crown to the Belgian royal family, who've been ordered to acknowledge a brand new princess. There won't be any official celebrating on the streets of Brussels, though, because, rather embarrassingly, the new royal is the 52-year-old love child of the former king, Albert II. Back in the 1960s, when he was a naughty prince, the supposedly happily married and deeply religious Albert took a long-term lover. Delphine Boel was the surprise consequence of the illicit affair. For most of her life, she dutifully kept mum about her lineage, until a falling out with her father changed her mind. One of Europe's most revered and respected royal families, they have ruled their kingdom since 1830. But behind the pomp and pageantry of the Belgian monarchy, a dirty little secret has festered: the existence of an illegitimate daughter, the love child of former King Albert II. For much of her life, she was all but invisible. Her name is Delphine Boel, and she refused to remain in the shadows.
I became famous by shame. You know, I was the dirty laundry of King Albert. I felt extremely betrayed. Okay, now I want to be treated equally to his other children. That's it.
I have a private life and I have no comment.
From denial to defiance.
Just give your DNA, okay? No big deal.
Delphine Boel battled for her royal birthright.
She deserves to go down in history as this extraordinary princess who fought for who she was and her right to exist.
Taking on the king and the establishment in a real-life Game of Thrones.
I had to fight for something that really belongs to me.
to become the world's newest princess. Do you still have any love for your father?
I don't know. I don't know.
Living a charmed life in the Belgian capital Brussels, Delphine Boel looks to have it all. She's a hugely successful artist and a contented wife and mother of two. It's hard to believe she was once one of the most divisive figures in the country. What sort of things did you experience?
Yeah, I would be told, like, couldn't your mother have taken the pill? You know, or you're a bastard. I've been called a bastard a lot. That I'm a troublemaker. That I'm putting Belgium under pressure.
That must have been very hard to take.
It took me a long time to say, hold on, I can't be treated like this. Because if I carry on being treated like this, I'm gonna slowly die inside, really.
The love match of Prince Albert and Princess Paula has stimulated a great warmth of Belgian affection for the royal house. And
it all began with a fairy tale royal wedding in 1959, the Charles and Diana of its day. Belgium's dashing Prince Albert had found love with Italy's glamorous Princess Paula.
It is not to be wondered at that Belgium has taken her to its heart.
In the 1960s, they were the it couple of European royalty, with 3 children, Philippe, Astrid, and Laurent. But the happy family snaps were all a facade. The prince had found himself a mistress in Belgian aristocrat Baroness Sibylle de Sillis-Longchamp, better known to Delphine Boel as her mum. You're the product of an affair between your mum and the king that lasted for 18 years.
That's right.
I mean, that's longer than some marriages last.
Yes, exactly. Because they had such an amazing love story. They really, I mean, that was the man of her life. They really were good friends as well. You know, they were a very normal, good couple.
But the royal affair was anything but normal. And the prince's 4th child would become a source of shame and secrecy. Delphine's mother had been stuck in her own unhappy marriage with billionaire steel magnate Jacques Boel. By the time Delphine was born, in 1968, they had long since split. But for the sake of appearances, they kept up the pretense that Jacques was her father.
I learned when I was 17 years old who my real father was. My mother didn't want to tell me earlier because she was worried that I would say something and that it would create a big scandal for my country.
Even though he was a prince at that stage,
yes,
he played a part in your life when you were a little girl, didn't
yes,
he? Because he was sort of dropping in and out, but you thought he was just your mum's friend.
Best friend. Best friend, because they were a lot together. I mean, they were hours and hours on the telephone. We used to go on holiday together, usually on his boat, so that there wouldn't be anybody to really recognize us. So yes, he was a big part of my life.
Even today, loyalty to the crown is the glue that holds together a nation deeply divided between Dutch and French speakers. Back then, it was critical. Living in separate wings of the royal residence, Albert came close to divorcing Paula to be with his mistress. But Sibylle talked him out of it, literally for the sake of king and country. Terrified of bringing the monarchy down, she ended their 18-year affair and walked away.
She did not want to be a troublemaker. She was very patriotic. She preferred to sacrifice herself to save the country.
In 1993, reconciled with Paula, Prince Albert became king. And while the existence of a royal love child was an open secret in royal circles, it was never revealed publicly until 1999. The bombshell, when it came, was from the most unexpected of places. a skinny Flemish teenager named Mario.
I think they saw me as some innocent schoolboy. A lot of people, you know, when I walked in for an interview, a lot of people went, "Oh, is this for school?" And I said, no, I am writing a book, but people didn't quite believe that I was going to deliver.
He spent his adult life in Ireland, but Mario Daniels grew up in Belgium. His ambition as a boy was to be an author. Incredibly, at the age of 16, he charmed his way into the palace to write a biography on Queen Paola.
I found that she was a very glamorous, beautiful, stunning woman in the 60s and 70s. And then she became this kind of slightly dull queen in 93 when King Albert became king. And I just kind of wondered what had happened to her, you know?
After dozens of interviews, the disarming teenager scored a meeting with a palace official who spilled the beans about the royal affair and the existence of Delphine Boel.
And he just looked at me and said, "But everyone knows Albert has another daughter." And I just looked over at my publisher and he looked at me and our eyes were going like, no, nobody knows this.
So you choked on your lunch?
Pretty much.
In 1999, the schoolboy writer did deliver, and his book included a single line about the existence of a royal love child.
Ultimately, I chose to, you know, just kind of cryptically mention it in a half sentence without naming Delphine's name. I just spoke of, you know, the half-sister of Paola's children and the fact that the Queen wasn't just willingly accepting the fact that she existed. And that's all I said.
Having sat on the story of the royal love child for decades, that cryptic half sentence was all the excuse the media needed. When it came out, when it hit the bookstands, what happened, Mario?
It was an incredible media circus, but because it was something that never really happened in Belgium before, you know, exposing the private life of a king so openly, the media didn't quite know what to do. But at the same time, the day after my book was published, they were all camping outside Delphine's front door in London. So there was a standard of hypocrisy as well. This 18-year-old boy was a mere excuse to expose what the media already knew.
I have a private life and I have no comment.
But he's our king and we have...
I have no comments.
I don't know if you've seen the film Notting Hill. You know, I just had this wall of paparazzi outside my house in London. And so suddenly it became this big news. This thing of Delphine and the love child of King Albert became a big event, worldwide actually.
For the deeply conservative king and queen, the scandal and the embarrassment were too much.
Albert and Paola made a pact. She was willing to give him another chance, basically, on the condition that Delphine would never be spoken of again, basically, and that she certainly would never get any recognition of any sorts. He didn't want, and this is what he kept telling friends, and he didn't want to hurt her with that old story again. So to them, Delphine became an old story.
And then he just exploded on the telephone saying, "Never call me again, you're not my daughter." And that was when I was 33 years old.
Was that the last thing he said to you?
Yes.
Why did he do that?
I don't know.
At the palace, the shutters were down. Delphine found herself ostracized and ignored.
He was unapproachable. I tried lots of different ways. I wrote letters, my phone calls, forget it. I tried to do it through the cardinal. I tried to see politicians and friends. But when somebody's in power like King, you don't want to upset them. You don't want to get on the wrong side of them. So not even friends would approach him to say, "I think you have to do something about this. You can't do this to your daughter." You know, communicate to her at least. Try to say what's going on.
They just wanted her to remain hidden, to go away. But how can you tell someone to go away? Someone with feelings, someone with a history, with her own past, her own personality. Everything they could possibly do wrong, they did wrong, the royal family, in this entire saga.
In 2013, at the end of a 20-year reign, King Albert II abdicated the throne to his son Philippe and was forced to deal with the skeleton in his closet by the daughter he disowned 11 years earlier.
I thought, okay, now I want to be treated equally to his other children. So if they have a title, I have a title.
Over the years, as a successful artist, Delphine Boel had a growing public profile and was increasingly vocal about her treatment by her father. No longer the king, so no longer immune from prosecution, she decided to take him to court, where this royal showdown got very ugly indeed.
These courts lasted for a very, very long time. During those years, it was extremely unpleasant. Albert's side and his lawyers were horrible. I think that's what's so sad about this story, is that it could have been so simple, it could have been so normal. And it just became a saga, and it should have never been like that. All this should have been done behind walls, behind, in private.
Through it all, Albert gave Delphine the coldest of shoulders. And when a judge took the extraordinary step of ordering a DNA paternity test, he point-blank refused.
Which is really very nasty when you think of it, because you can't allow, I think, a human being to not be sure where they come from. Just give your DNA, okay? No big deal.
Public opinion went from thinking that Delphine was taking it too far to Albert being a sad man who just would not take his responsibility as a father and as a human being.
With his reputation in tatters, in the end, it appears to have been money rather than morals that swayed the former king. Forced by the court to pay $8,000 for every day he failed to submit to a DNA test, he relented. And in January this year, faced with irrefutable scientific proof, Albert grudgingly conceded that Delphine was his biological daughter.
And then when the DNA came out, his lawyer said, well, actually, he never really felt he was the father of Delphine. He had no emotions for her and so on. I felt so betrayed, because you have to remember that during all those years, I completely protected him, I loved him.
As an observer, I really can't understand why the pushback from the royals at this stage. I would have thought in 2020, an illegitimate child in a scandal for a royal family is really not such a big deal.
I know, you'd think so. And it really is not a big deal. I don't know. I don't know why all this pushback. It could be a little to do with religion. They're very, very religious. They're very Catholic.
Well, he can't be too Catholic. He had an 18-year affair with your mother.
Well, that's the whole point. I don't know. Maybe they're frightened,
Just last week, what started with a book reached a final chapter. After a 7-year struggle, a court ruled Delphine and her children had won the right to royal titles. Once derided as a bastard, Delphine Boel has been officially anointed as a Princess of Belgium. Princess Delphine has a very royal ring to it, doesn't it?
Yes. Well, I will ask people to still call me Delphine, because that's me and that's my artist name, and I will always stay an artist.
Well, I wouldn't be so easy on your husband. I'd make him kneel whenever he came in the room. Don't play it down too much.
Okay, I'll remember that.
For this new princess, it's an emotional victory.
Il est resté très en arrière.
For the former king, a humiliating defeat. A battle fought not for money or for fame, but on the principle that a father should always look out for his kids.
I'm proud of myself because it was difficult and I had to fight for something that really belongs to me and belongs to my children. And I hope that by what I've done, it can help other people not to give up. And that's very special for me. I feel very proud because I know how important it is. It really is important to know, where you come from.
It was Mario Daniels who revealed Princess Delphine's secret lineage to the world, setting off a chain of events that would lead to royal scandal and humiliation. But perhaps his crowning achievement is that ultimately he gave Delphine Boel the power, not only to confront her past, but to own her present, to be the princess she always was. What do you think of Delphine?
What do I think of Delphine? I mean, the guts she has. She just stood up for herself and said, this is not right, this is not okay, And she took on a king, the establishment of an entire country, basically, and she fought for her rights. She did everything she could for so many years to get back in touch. He refused. It's all on him, and everything that ensued since, the headlines all over the world, that's on him. He made that decision. It was his choice.
One thing that makes me extremely happy is that the courts have listened to me. They have agreed that this shouldn't be accepted. And that, for me, has given me an enormous amount of hope. Okay, I won't have the love of my father and maybe brothers and sisters, but I feel really respected now.
That's good, isn't it?
I mean, I'm alive again. And that's very beautiful. Very beautiful.
Their titles bring entitlement, but how much should the British royal family be allowed to exploit that privilege? The latest shadow cast over the Windsors comes from accusations they can and are being bought. The timing couldn't be worse, with increasing fears for 95-year-old Queen Elizabeth's health. But as you'll see, some very curious characters have been doing some dubious deals, including with senior royals, who appear to act as if cash for cachet is perfectly acceptable. It's been a long, sad and tumultuous time for the royal family.
The soul of Prince Philip,
with the loss of their patriarch,
Duke of Edinburgh,
a bitter transatlantic rift, ongoing rape allegations, and calls for the heir to the throne to face police questioning.
Prince Charles's right-hand man, Michael Fawcett, embroiled in yet another scandal. This time, the allegation is hard.
They're always having a bumpy time. We've got Andrew mired in sleaze with his Jeffrey Epstein connections, and we've got Harry and Meghan, who've basically declared war on the royal family, as far as I can tell. And we've got Charles, who's now involved in the potential criminal act involving the sale of honours.
Increased His Excellency's honour from CBE to a knighthood.
That the future King of England could be embroiled in this latest honours scandal appalls, but does not shock, staunch Republican and former MP Norman Baker.
Charles is seen as slightly weird. Obsessed by architecture, talking to plants, that sort of thing. Seen as out of touch.
I love these turkeys, they make me laugh so much. Go, go, go.
But make no mistake, Prince Charles is now under intense scrutiny. The accusation is he's been involved in selling honours to raise cash for his charities. It's alleged Charles accepted a £1.5 million donation in return for recommending an honorary title for Saudi tycoon Dr. bin Mahfouz. The title would help the Saudi businessman in his quest for British citizenship. This arrangement was confirmed in this letter, signed by Michael Fawcett, the man running Prince Charles's charities. But Prince Charles denies any knowledge of the deal. What do you hope police will do in regards to investigating Prince Charles?
If there is sufficient evidence that there has been an attempt to sell an honour for cash, which is what I believe has happened, then that should be referred to the Crown Prosecution Service for prosecution.
Norman Baker has reported the alleged breach of the Honours Prevention of Abuses Act to Scotland Yard and urges police to investigate without fear or favour. But you don't really expect to see Prince Charles behind bars, do you?
I don't expect to see behind bars, and I'll tell you why I don't expect that, because whenever Prince Charles is cornered on something, someone else falls on their sword. Here we got Michael Fawcett. Now, Michael Fawcett is a man who squeezed toothpaste on Prince Charles's toothbrush for him, who held a urine bottle for him to pee into. Those two are very, very close indeed, and the idea that Michael Fawcett would carry out work to solicit money, contrary to the law, in my view, without Prince Charles knowing, seems to me highly unlikely.
Sir, did you secure honours for cash? Any comment on the revelations in newspapers the last couple of days?
Michael Fawcett has temporarily stood down from his position while his employer, the Prince's Trust, investigates. For journalist, author and royal biographer Angela Levin, as the money was for charity, it's all a bit of a storm in a royal teacup.
None of it, and everybody agrees to that, has gone into Prince Charles's pocket. So if it's not for you and you're not spending money from it and buying yourself all sorts of things, then you're not necessarily hugely to blame. I think this has been blown up a lot.
Do you believe that if the cause is great enough, it doesn't matter where the cash comes from?
Well, I think it does matter. But one of the people who've donated lives in the UK and has for many years. And if he wants his name on a plaque, I don't see anything wrong with that.
But he wanted more than that, didn't he? I mean, he wanted citizenship.
I don't actually personally think that matters a lot. And I think if you donate a substantial sum, I don't see why you shouldn't have that.
This is not the first time Prince Charles has raised eyebrows for accepting donations. In the past, some of those donors have turned out to be questionable characters, accused of money laundering. A lot of people say, stop giving Prince Charles a hard time. He's not lining his own pockets. This is about good deeds. It's about his charities. What is your response to that?
If Prince Charles is associating with dubious business people, then that reflects on the royal family adversely. It affects on the reputation of the UK. And it's also a matter which would not be allowed for elected politicians. They would have to pay a price for that. So, but you need to be more careful where the money is coming from. It can't be money at any price.
Not all royal money raising is for charity. In May this year, the Queen's cousin, Prince Michael of Kent, perhaps better known for his colourful wife, Princess Michael of Kent, unwittingly showed just how eager he was to trade on his royal status in return for cash.
Well, I'm very pleased to meet you, and very excited at this interesting venture which we are soon embarked on.
It was all caught on camera, unaware that Britain's Channel 4 had created a fake South Korean gold investment company called House of Haedong.
So therefore, as a royal member, I am happy to support House of Haedong's approach. Would that be okay, sir, to say that in the speech?
I think the answer is, I'm sure it would be.
He was offered $200,000 US to present his speech, Spruiking Gold.
Is it in line with what you normally charge for a speech like this, sir?
Yes, indeed, so I have no questions for you on that. I'm very happy with your suggestion. And I think that's very, very good and very generous of you.
And he agreed, in these COVID times, to record the speech at Kensington Palace.
I'm sure I can bring it to the building in. Yes, we can do that. We can include lots of things, yes.
Now, I just think that's a bit shabby, to be honest with you, apart from anything else. And what he's been doing, quite clearly, has been using his royal personage to secure funds for himself.
Prince Michael of Kent isn't on the public purse. Does he not have a right to earn an income?
Yes, absolutely, he has a right to earn an income. But what he doesn't have a right to do is to use his royal links to trade on that for his own personal benefit.
But in the British exposé, not only does Prince Michael trade on his royal roots, but also markets his Russian connections.
I've been connected with Russia for a long time.
Connections that go all the way to Vladimir Putin, according to the Prince's business associate and friend, Lord Reading.
If I can say this is kind of slightly discreet. We're talking relatively discreetly here, because we wouldn't want the world to know that he's seeing Putin purely for business reasons, so if you follow me.
On the quiet, Lord Reading offers Prince Michael's services for a 5-day meet-and-greet trip to Russia.
But I would say a visit like that would be probably, with all the organisations, something in the region of £50,000.
He's been entertaining Russian businessmen. He's been promising to engage with Vladimir Putin. You know, does the Foreign Office know this? It's not for Prince Michael of Kent to run a parallel foreign policy.
On the issue of secret dealing with the Russians, even royal supporter Angela Levin is calling it out. It's done secretly and it's done for cash. Surely that's a problem.
It is a problem, I agree with you. It's obviously wrong and it needs to be sorted out. I think with a leader like Putin, there's all sorts of plots going on.
But for Angela Levin, the greatest threat to the royal family comes from within, with grand plans to overthrow the realm from California.
My view is they want to get rid of the royals in the United Kingdom and that they want to offer them a very different type of royal.
Whether it's Fergie's infamous cash for access,
£500,000 when you can, to me, open doors.
or the Queen's grandson using his royal taste buds to sell Chinese milk,
This is what I drink.
exploiting royal connections,
Countess of Wessex lampooned some of Britain's highest profile people,
or doing dodgy deals.
Revealed Prince Andrew was acting as an unofficial door opener to a private bank for a number of years.
The royal bad behaviour has been shocking us for decades.
And then if we want to do a big deal with Andrew, then that is ridiculous.
They're arrogant. They're arrogant. They think they can get away with it. And they think they have an entitlement. And they get away with it and they carry on regardless. They sail on.
Calling time on the greed and the shamelessness is former politician and outspoken Republican Norman Baker.
If politicians behave that way, they can be sacked. You can't sack the royals. They're there. This is part of the problem.
I don't know how I'm going to get around 6,500 people.
They haven't quite sacked themselves, but Harry and Meghan have spectacularly separated from the royal family.
I was struck by the range and diversity of the...
Happy to sledge, but according to royal watcher Angela Levin, still desperate for the perks that come with being a royal.
So what do you say to the people who say that you came here, you made these multi-million-dollar deals, and that you were just money-grabbing royals?
First off, this was never the intention.
Yeah.
At the point where my family literally cut me off financially, and I had to afford security for us.
Is part of the difficulty of that here you have a prince who's turned his back on his family, the royal family, but at the very same time is trading on it.
Yes, exactly that.
Get it on Netflix, an absolute winner. That'd be cool. That's an idea.
If, as Harry claims, he's been cut off by his father, then does he have any choice but to trade on his royal family?
Yes, he does. And The choice is to live more modestly. You don't need a £10 million house. You don't need 16 bathrooms.
Author and journalist Angela Levin has spent many hours with Prince Harry writing his official 2018 biography. Then, like his British subjects, she was a huge fan.
He was charismatic. He could make speeches off the cuff that were funny and moving.
The picture she paints of Harry today is less than kind.
Now, he sort of crawls behind his wife as if he's a sort of pet dog. I know I have been hard. I know I have been very, very rude, and I'm very sorry. But I spent 15 months with him. I can see the difference, and it's horrible to see.
But it's her fault, not his fault.
It's both their faults. I think she's the leader, and what Meghan wants, Meghan gets.
Once the young, modern couple touted to save the royal family,
an NYC welcome for Harry and Meghan.
Harry and Meghan are confoundingly out of touch, according to Angela.
The couple arriving at one...
As they revealed in their recent over-the-top tour of New York, where it seemed nobody dared to tell them they're no longer royals.
They're not royals. They weren't experts in COVID. They weren't experts in climate change. But they created this fantasy that they were the new royals. My view is they want to get rid of the royals in the United Kingdom, and that they want to offer them a very different type of royal, woke, who can get in touch with young people. So exaggerated, so pretentious, so superior. Obviously, it's not going to work because they looked ludicrous.
The other royal firmly in the spotlight right now is Prince Andrew, who, for all his fancy footwork, has failed to sidestep a US court-issued subpoena over allegations of rape. Despite London's Metropolitan Police finding there were no grounds to continue their investigation into the prince, the subpoena stands. It has no bearing in the UK, but it does in New York. Andrew's accuser, Virginia Giuffre, is suing the prince, claiming she was trafficked to Prince Andrew for sex when she was just 17 by the now dead serial offender, Jeffrey Epstein.
This is a real photo.
And that was the first time you met him?
And that's the very first time I met him. And that's right before I was abused by him.
It's an allegation the prince has long and disastrously denied, claiming he's never met Virginia.
She says she dined with you, danced with you. She went on to have sex with you. Your response?
I have no recollection of ever meeting this lady.
I mean, I think Prince Andrew, his whole history of behaviour is one of being boorish, arrogant. So he's been a disaster. He doesn't learn.
Prince Andrew is one who unites the opinions of anti-royalist Norman Baker and royalist Angela Levin as they await the New York trial.
I think putting him on the stand, if the court case comes to fruition, which it looks more likely that that is going to happen, will be disaster for him and for the royal family.
Unperturbed, the weird and wonderful royal life continues, with recent speculation that ex-wife Sarah Ferguson and Andrew may soon remarry. Angela believes something other than love might be at work. What if Sarah Ferguson is put on the stand, as it's been suggested, in support of Prince Andrew? Will that be good or bad?
If you're cynical, you could see that this was quite a clever ruse if it comes off, that you can't then have wives on the stand talking or giving evidence for husband and vice versa.
Let's get a bit of magic going here, shall we?
But I think that she would be too happy-clappy to be really helpful and honest.
You know, the royal family is extensive, it's huge. The royal families in other countries are 3 or 4 people. You know, on the front cover of my book, there are 44 of them on the balcony. 44 of them. Who are they all? Why are we paying for these people?
My lords, pray be seated.
Norman Baker is done with all of them. even those he admits do their dutiful best, like Princess Anne and the new generation of Prince William and Kate. No matter the good they do, the tourism dollars they attract, or the wealth the Crown investments generate, he
We have to ask ourselves, really,
criticism against many members of the royal family that their judgment is askew, perhaps because of entitlement, perhaps because of being cotton-wooled, or that they think they can get away with it.
I think that's a fair comment, but I think that that applies to a type of royal, not all the royals. We have Prince William now and Catherine, who are very solid. But I don't think it's really fair to blame the royals for the genetic combination that makes some of the royals not always on the straight and narrow.
It was nuclear, it was Armageddon.
Right now, I could not feel lonelier.
She brought out her acting ability there. That was very good.
There was very little that I was allowed to do. And so, yeah, of course that breeds loneliness when you've come from freedom.
In the weeks since the Duke and Duchess of Sussex took a wrecking ball to the royal family,
My family literally cut me off financially.
we've all braced to watch it crumble.
Tonight, Harry and Meghan unleash hell.
Shocking, powerful and deeply personal.
The whole thing is utterly ridiculous. 2.5 million people have died in a global pandemic in the last year, and we've got to listen to these two.
The royal family hasn't necessarily responded to this interview.
They've always gone for the tactic of never explain, never complain.
What I was seeing was history repeating itself.
Prince Harry, the spare, declared his father and brother, the heirs, were stuck inside the institution they were all born to serve.
They are trapped. They don't get to leave.
His wife Meghan admitted she had no idea what she was signing up for.
I grew up in LA. You see celebrities all the time. This is not the same.
Or how destructive it would become.
I just didn't want to be alive anymore.
Perhaps most shocking were their allegations of racism.
In those months when I was pregnant, concerns and conversations about how dark his skin might be when he's born.
Who is having that conversation with you?
Have you ever experienced racism from the royal family?
No, not whatsoever. The royal family is not racist. Certainly, I'll tell you, in our Eastern culture, in Southeast Asian culture, it's quite normal for people to ask what colour, if the mother and father are slightly one fair, one darker. It's obvious. It's quite a natural thing to say. Oh, what colour? Curiosity, human curiosity.
Dr. Musharraf Hussain has devoted his life to his faith and sharing it with others. But framed in his office is a sign of his service to another power, his Order of the British Empire, awarded by the Queen.
You know, the Queen asked, "What have you been doing?" And I said, I've been busy creating positive relationships between the Muslims and the wider society. And she was very pleased with that.
For 10 years, Dr. Hussain has represented Her Majesty as a Deputy Lord Lieutenant. He even joined Prince Charles's tour of Indonesia in 2008.
Life is not a bed of roses. If anybody thinks of it like that, they are fooled.
His decision to watch the Oprah interview and now speak publicly about it won't be easily forgiven by some members of his Islamic community.
I knew I was committing a huge sin, actually. Listening to gossips is in itself sinful. But I had to do it, otherwise I couldn't make comments later on to my community and teach them the lessons about it. So I had to sadly commit that sin of watching that gossip.
You didn't have a drop-off in your congregation, did you?
Oh, I did, sadly. There were people who were very, very annoyed, yes.
Really?
Yes, one of my members actually left, seriously, yes. He said, you shouldn't have spoken out.
So many people applauded Harry and Meghan for being so brave, for talking about these issues. You don't see it that way?
The very opposite, in fact. When a family breaks up, it's not a good thing. There's no winners and losers here, to be honest. Everybody's a loser. We're poorer. All of us are poorer.
That's not the only thing irritating people about Meghan's tell-all interview. Valentine Lowe is a seasoned royal correspondent at the Times newspaper in London. He knows just how upset it's left those inside the royal household.
I've spoken to people within the palace who said, actually, we went out of our way to try and make it work.
Their memories of Meghan's time as a working royal vary greatly from her own, including when it came to her dealings with sister-in-law Kate.
Because one is the Flower Girl incident and Kate, and who made who cry. There was a fitting for the bridesmaids' dresses. There was some kind of row between Meghan and Kate, and as far as I know, Kate left in tears. And apparently the next day, Kate went round to Nottingham Cottage, where Meghan lived with Harry, with flowers as a peace offering, and Meghan shut the door in her face. Certainly, all the accounts that I've heard involve Kate crying. Maybe Meghan cried too, who knows, maybe they both cried. But that smacked to me of score settling.
And then came a claim that left every royalist feeling cheated. Meghan confessed the wedding, watched by hundreds of millions around the world, was all for show.
3 days before our wedding, we got married. Just the two of us in our backyard with the Archbishop of Canterbury.
Is there any truth in that?
Yes and no. I mean, if she says they did something at home with the Archbishop of Canterbury, who would say that it didn't? But they did not get married 3 days before the public wedding. That was very easy to establish. They got the wedding certificate, and the date of the wedding, it was the date they got married in public, the 19th of May.
Why would she say that?
It seems to be a bit of one-upmanship. Look, we've managed to keep this secret. They're quite keen on keeping secrets from the public eye. They've been, look, we fooled you all.
I went to the institution and I said that I needed to go somewhere to get help.
Another secret Meghan had been keeping from the public was one she did share within the palace about her mental health.
And I was told that I couldn't, that it wouldn't be good for the institution.
She said she was feeling suicidal. And, from my own contacts, I know that she was in a bad way for a period. But the idea that she wanted help and was somehow prevented from getting help is an extraordinary allegation, one I find quite hard to fathom. It's not been tested. We haven't really heard the other side. And the palace has probably quite sensibly not gone for a sort of tit for tat. She said this, no, that's not true tactic, which is, I think is the right thing to do.
While Meghan was desperate for help to improve her own well-being, Valentine says she was far less concerned about how her staff were coping. Just days before the Oprah interview was beamed to the world, the Duchess, a bully. Valentine obtained leaked emails from inside the palace claiming the Duchess was able to bully 2 PAs out of the household. What is it that Meghan actually did that made her a bully?
You just have to know the effect of her behaviour on people. There was one situation when a member of her staff knew Meghan was displeased about something and they knew they'd have to confront her. And this member of staff said, I'm shaking. It's ridiculous. I can't stop shaking. And at another occasion, they said, I feel sick. And if they are still psychologically damaged by it 2 years later, something bad has gone on.
Why would someone inside the palace take the extraordinary step of leaking those bullying allegations to you?
And they feel their story's not been told. They feel their voices have been silenced. And Meghan has talked about, giving voice to the voiceless before, but as someone in the palace said to me, what about the voiceless in your own team?
Meghan's team say your story was a smear campaign to discredit her ahead of the Oprah interview. Was it?
All I can say is we really did fact-check everything there. We know that Meghan and Harry are very litigious, so we knew that if there was the slightest loophole in that story, they'd come after us. So we made it sure it was absolutely copper-bottomed. We stand by every single word.
And what about Harry? What hand do you think Harry plays in all this?
He wasn't a saint.
Long before the Duke and Duchess of Sussex declared war on their own family, they were embedded in another conflict, which Harry says he's been fighting his whole life. An endless battle with the press.
Now, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex have come out fighting, taking legal action against the Mail on Sunday, a British tabloid.
If they truly wanted a quiet life, they could have disappeared somewhere and led a very private life. But that's not what they want to do. They want to be friends with the rich and famous, they want to be on Netflix, they want to be on Spotify, they want to be public figures, but on their own terms.
Valentine Lowe is a veteran of the Royal Press Pack. He insists the relationship between journalists and the palace is not as cosy as Meghan and Harry would have you believe.
If you as a family member are willing to wine, dine and give full access to these reporters, then you will get better press.
Is that true?
Absolutely not. Meghan referred in that interview to something called holiday parties for tabloids at the palace, and I have literally no idea what she's talking about.
You've never been wined and dined by the royals?
They once had a reception for the media in advance of the Queen's Diamond Jubilee, and staterooms, you're there for an hour and a half and you have a glass of fizz and a canapé and exchange small talk with palace flunkies, or if you're lucky, a minor royal. But
does anyone dish the dirt?
I couldn't possibly say.
Come on.
But it's the idea that by sucking up to the tabloids, the royals get better coverage. I mean, it's a crazy idea. That's simply not true.
Protection from the media isn't the only kind of cover Prince Harry craves for his wife and children. He fears their personal security is now at greater risk than ever.
Security is not there to sort of give them an ease of passage at airports and through traffic lights in busy streets throughout the world. It's there because there is a real danger to their life.
Ken Wolfe knows what it takes to keep royals safe. He was based here at Kensington Palace as a bodyguard for Princess Diana and her sons in the 1980s and 90s. The Scotland Yard inspector was known simply as Uncle Ken to young Prince Harry.
I took him to school on many occasions and had driven him many, many times down to Highgrove and many other places. So he knows how we work. There has to be that relationship, that symbiotic relationship between the protector and the protectee. It's not something you can just turn up and deliver. It's more intelligent than that. And sadly, the expertise that he had and Meghan had and Archie had up until the point that they left the United Kingdom has gone. And we're relying upon now a security that is based in what I call La La Land and comes with it the sort of the La La Land protection. What they don't have access to is the classified information of intelligence that we did.
It's not just the Hollywood bodyguards that worry Ken. He also fears the Sussex's Californian mansion is an easy target.
You can Google it. I mean, somebody's actually put a drone above the premises so you know exactly what the sort of the layout and the configuration, so you know exactly where they are. That's exactly what a would-be assassin would determine.
Is there a real risk Archie could be kidnapped?
Yes, the risk is incredibly great.
Meghan told Oprah she struggled to accept her child would not be given a royal title, and the Scotland Yard protection she expected would be tied to it.
They didn't want him to be a prince, and he wasn't going to receive security.
But Ken says that's not true.
No one single member of the royal family, that sort of age, gets individual protection, because actually what happens, they become part of their parents' protection in the same way that William and Harry did with Diana and Charles. So actually Archie would have been protected as a member of the royal family. And with regards to the title, already the Queen had bestowed upon him this title of the Earl of Dumbarton, whatever that means. But the whole point is, I just thought that was rather ill-conceived on Meghan's part, because actually what she was saying wasn't correct.
They've made their life over there. Their bridges are now ash. They won't be coming back.
Will they come back? My own gut reaction is I think he will. I hope it's with her, but I think that's doubtful.
So you think Harry could return to the UK alone?
Yeah, he's living a lifestyle now which is so alien to him. He isn't going to have the freedom that most people in LA are going to have. And I think he's going to find that difficult.
We just pray for him and Meghan, we just pray that they do come back.
Perhaps a divine intervention is what it would take to bring Harry back into the royal fold. For Dr. Musharraf Hussain, one of the Queen's Deputy Lord Lieutenants, that's not out of the question.
You know, there's a very beautiful story in the Gospels about the prodigal son. He does come back, and one hopes, we see that union once more.
Is Harry the prodigal son here?
Yes, he is. I think he is, yes. Yes.
Tonight, startling and irrefutable evidence which should be enough to make the world finally take action against Sheikh Mohammed. He's the multi-billionaire ruler of Dubai who's treating one of his adult daughters as a criminal. Her crime? To dare to live her life outside the United Arab Emirates. Her punishment? At gunpoint, she was abducted and imprisoned. But now, after years locked away in silence, Princess Latifah has exposed her father's cruelty by secretly recording and smuggling out video diaries of her wretched existence.
My name is Latifah Al Maktoum. I'm a hostage and this villa has been converted into a jail. All the windows are barred shut. I can't open any window.
A young woman locked up for years finally has a voice. This is the footage the billionaire ruler of Dubai thought he'd made sure the world could never see.
More than a year now. I've been by myself, solitary confinement, no trial, no charge, nothing.
This bombshell vision is a terrible blight on her father, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, who not only rules Dubai, but is also the Prime Minister of the United Arab Emirates.
I'm doing this video from a bathroom, the only room with the door I can lock.
But since 2018, he's been vehemently denying stories he abducted and imprisoned his own daughter, Princess Latifah, claiming she's safe and happy at home in Dubai. Tonight, though, we can show you irrefutable evidence that's a lie.
Because I wouldn't cooperate with them, because I didn't let them break me. I'm being punished.
Sheikh Mohammed underestimated this brave young woman, who not only risked her life to make the videos, but then helped devise an extraordinary plot to smuggle her message to the outside world.
As I'm making this video, I'm a hostage. There are statements about me being with my family or getting treatment or being in recovery. It's all a lie.
Well, I swear I can see right through you.
A princess's life should be a fairy tale, but Latifah's is a nightmare. So how did it come to this? One of her closest friends in Dubai was Tina Jauhiainen, who describes just how tormented and restricted her existence was.
She basically had no freedom. She had curfews. Obviously, she could not have a normal life and say, for example, date a guy if she wanted to. She was not allowed to have certain friends, even talk to certain family members. Her life was just very restricted, and it felt like she always had to look over her shoulder.
The overbearing restrictions were placed on Latifah by her father, Sheikh Mohammed. The all-powerful ruler of Dubai has a carefully curated international image that sees him doing deals with world leaders, hanging out with royalty, and rubbing shoulders with celebrities.
My vision is to Dubai to be #1.
But that facade defies a dark reality inside his palace, where he's now accused of kidnapping and imprisoning 2 of his daughters and abusing several ex-wives.
Sheikh Mohammed is a repressive, patriarchal control freak.
Kenneth Roth has seen his fair share of dictators and their dirty deeds. He's the executive director of Human Rights Watch.
So when they kidnapped me on March 4th...
He says this shocking new video evidence from Princess Latifah must change the way the world views and deals with Dubai.
This is a man who, has a lovely young daughter. A daughter who, most fathers would be proud of, most fathers would be happy to see her out and flourishing, and he couldn't stand that. He had to control her. He had to keep her, literally under his wing. And that level of intolerance to the point of destroying your life, destroying the life of your daughter, simply so you can control your daughter, that is despicable. That is the kind of man that Sheikh Mohammed is.
What do you think when you see world leaders, the Queen, the Trumps, President Biden, cozying up to Sheikh Mohammed?
Well, these days, I think Sheikh Mohammed is radioactive. I think fewer and fewer people will be cozying up to him. And certainly, nobody should accept the ruler of Dubai when we know that he is personally responsible for this kidnapping, detention, and disappearance of his daughter.
And I'm making this video because it could be the last video I make. Yeah.
We first uncovered Princess Latifah's plight in 2018. Another video diary from Dubai then, raising the alarm about her father's oppressive regime.
And if you are watching this video, it's not such a good thing. Either I'm dead or I'm in a very, very, very bad situation.
The video of the then 32-year-old was released after she was captured attempting an extraordinary escape from Dubai. It was February 2018 when Princess Latifah and her best friend Tina made a run for the UAE's border with Oman. It was a high-stakes plan they'd been plotting for years.
She would often say, this is life or death for me. She was so fed up with her life in UAE that she was willing to take the risk even if she would not make it.
Once Latifah and Tina made it into Oman, they met up with French personal trainer Chris Alombo. This is the first time he's shared his story publicly. What was Latifah like on that day, once she'd finally made it out of the UAE? Was in Oman, she was on her way.
She was so happy. That day she was thrilled, smiley and all that.
Getting involved in an escape mission like this is pretty risky. Why did you decide that you wanted to help Latifah?
Because I thought it was the right thing to do, regardless of who she is, or I believe it was the right thing to do.
Chris, a close friend of Tina's, spent months messaging Latifah in the lead up to the escape mission. He says she was endlessly curious about life outside Dubai, which her father had forbidden her from leaving. Chris's job in the operation was to load them onto a dinghy and sail them 12 miles out to sea, where they'd rendezvous with a yacht they hoped would take them to India.
Everyone was scared because you're on a boat in the middle of the sea and the sea was rough. I wasn't looking at all these things because I was seeing how Latifah, how happy she was. I hoped that she could make it to where she wanted to go and she could have the life that she wants.
What did Latifah say to you?
Thank you. One second.
off the boat, readying her to be flown back to Dubai.
They put me on a stretcher, tied my legs, and tied me onto a stretcher. And then they were carrying the stretcher. And as they were carrying me up the steps of the private
And my soul rise up, ting ting like glitter, like glittering gold.
From above, Dubai looks like a sparkling paradise. A playground for the rich and famous, built on the fortune of its all-powerful ruling royal family. But look a little closer here, and it doesn't take long for this jewel of the United Arab Emirates to reveal its dark underbelly. A repressive state with huge human rights issues and a hatred of free speech. Right in the heart of the ritzy suburb of Jumeirah, Princess Latifah has been locked in a heavily guarded compound. We filmed in this very neighbourhood in 2018 on the banks of the Dubai Canal. Not knowing we were actually only a couple of 100 metres from the makeshift prison housing the daughter of Dubai's all-powerful ruler, Sheikh Mohammed.
She was being told often that everyone's forgotten about you, no one cares about you anymore, you're just going to be locked up here forever. The police would buy her stopwatches so she could see her time ticking away.
The situation is very hard.
UK human rights campaigner David Haig explains that his team received a text message out of the blue 2 years ago. Extraordinarily, Latifah had managed to get a proof of life note to the outside world. The good news, she was alive. The bad news, she was locked up and desperate for help.
You can see on Google Maps.
You could look on Google Maps and see exactly where she was being held, but you were helpless to actually do anything about it.
Yeah, you're going to start me crying again. Yeah, that was one of the hardest things, because the fact that you can look online, you can see someone, literally see the villa, that you can kind of speak to them, but you can't get them out. I mean, imagine if Prince Charles had locked up Prince William for 3 years, and all these videos are coming out about Prince William saying, I'm a hostage, help, they're doing terrible things to me. And then we all just look the other way. It wouldn't happen. And yeah, Dubai is the Middle East, but it's still a very close country. This is a friend of the West. It's unthinkable.
David didn't give up. As he studied the compound on Google Earth, just walking distance from a tourist beach and a local hospital, he began planning a risky mission to make video calls with Latifah.
You know, it was a sense of relief to know that Latifah was alive, and that she still had that strength, that she still was carrying on her fight for freedom. But then the reality soon sets in, and it's a very strange situation, effectively, when you're dealing with a hostage, because you've managed to get contact with a hostage, so you know where they are, you know what they're suffering, you effectively witness it almost every day, but you can't reach out and actually do that final bit to help them.
David's reluctant to go into the full details to protect people on the ground, but a smartphone and a SIM card were smuggled inside the compound and into the princess's hands. Latifah's sheer determination and lack of fear are remarkable, knowing the consequences if she was caught could be fatal.
The major news around the world is that the Notre Dame Cathedral caught fire.
Short verbal timestamps leave little room for doubt about the authenticity of the videos.
What I'm doing is made recently.
Detailed accounts recorded over the space of a year from Latifah's prison.
And it was very dangerous and it took a long time.
Latifah actually sketched her daily nightmare. locked in a gated compound, guarded by about 30 police.
The situation is very hard, but I have hope and I'm not giving up.
You've been fighting for more than 3 years now to free Latifa. What's it like watching those videos and seeing the conditions that she's still being held in?
It was always really difficult. You know, part of what we, every time we spoke to Latifa was keeping her spirits up. But, Sorry.
That's okay. You take your time.
I was speaking to her like 6-7 hours a day. I'd speak to her in the morning and in the evening, and then she was like a little sister, and that's, the struggle, but...
After first contact, David didn't waste any time collecting as much information as possible from Latifa. He knew that at any point, the phone could be found. Late last year, those fears were confirmed. Communication abruptly ended. Do you know why contact was cut off?
We believe someone found it.
Do you worry about the punishment that was meted out to Latifa once they did discover that phone?
I think the one thing that gives us comfort is that if they, if the authorities there found a phone, that they would realise now we have to be very careful because someone else knows. I'm sure certain people there, perhaps her father, would have been very angry, but it would have given her that extra degree of protection because it's they know that we know.
They wanted me to
Importantly, David says Latifa made very clear in the new videos that if she ever lost contact, she wanted him to release the footage to the public. Is this, in some respects, the last roll of the dice for your team?
No. We're releasing a portion of what we have, a very, very small portion.
By myself, solitary confinement.
So this is, kind of a warning bell, if you like, that, now is the time to do the right thing. We're not going away, ever, until Latifa is freed.
Sheikh Mohammed has craved the company of the rich and powerful over the years, but now these allies could hold the key to Latifa's dream for freedom. These photos look like they're from a run-of-the-mill family breakfast. If you ask Dubai's royal family, they'll tell you it's a portrait of their troubled princess daughter, Sheikha Latifa, now safe and happy at home, being counselled by the former United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Mary Robinson.
Latifa is vulnerable, she's troubled. She made a video that she now regrets.
Mary Robinson is the only person from the West to have seen Latifa since she was captured by her father's operatives.
Those who are concerned about Sheikha Latifa, you would say you are assured that she is being well looked after.
Yes, I think it's a very complicated situation. I understand the concern, but I think you have to bear in mind that this is a troubled young woman who has a serious medical situation. She's receiving psychiatric care, and they don't want her to endure any more publicity.
Many have accused Robinson of playing along with a PR stunt for Dubai's ruler, Sheikh Mohammed, who Britain's High Court ruled had kidnapped his daughter and locked her up against her will. Were you surprised that Mary Robinson effectively got used as a pawn in this whole scandal?
Mary Robinson should have been more sophisticated than she was in this case.
Kenneth Roth is the head of Human Rights Watch. Like many around the world, he was relieved to see that at least Princess Latifa was alive. But the breakfast photos posed more questions than they answered.
But she just completely bought the party line, the father's line, to say that this was, a poor, young, troubled woman in the loving care of her family. Loving families don't lock you away. Loving families don't disappear you. Loving families don't kidnap you when you want to lead an independent life. And I don't know what Mary Robinson was thinking when she repeated that line.
For the first time, thanks to vision smuggled out of her prison compound, we can tell you Princess Latifa's version.
So I meet Mary Robinson, and there's...
She's adamant it was all an elaborate plot from Dubai's devious leaders that Mary Robinson was happy to play along with.
Mary Robinson never talked to me one-on-one. I behaved fine, just like I'm behaving fine right now. So she lied, and it was all a setup. It was like they tricked me.
The Ruler's Court of Dubai said at the time Her Highness Sheikha Latifah is now safe in Dubai and that she's adored and cherished by her family. But Latifah's video diaries now confirm what we suspected all along. That is a lie. And earlier this month, Mary Robinson admitted she was misled.
I was aware the photograph was being taken because it was going to be part of how we would prove life, how we would prove that she was alive. So I wasn't against the photograph. It was to be a private photograph. And I was particularly tricked when the photographs went public, horribly tricked.
Mary Robinson was complicit in the cover story. And so Mary Robinson does have a responsibility to disown that absurd cover story, to say, look, this is a disappearance, this is a detention, this is a violation of the right of this young woman who just wanted to lead an independent life.
Dubai is at it again, though, with smoke and mirrors in the wake of Latifah's latest videos. In response, the royal family has issued a fresh statement declaring that the princess is being cared for at home, supported by her family and medical professionals. They say that she continues to improve and will return to public life at the appropriate time. So far, global allies like Australia have been silent on the plight of Princess Latifah. Kenneth Roth hopes the new evidence will force world leaders, including Prime Minister Scott Morrison, to make a stand and call out the ruler of Dubai.
I think that Australians should be worried, first of all, about any close ally of Australia. Do Australians really want to get into bed with a government that locks up women for wanting to lead an independent life? This is not the kind of government that the Australian government should be cozying up to.
For long-time supporters of Latifah, like human rights lawyer David Haig, the hope is that these explosive new videos are just the start of a campaign to pressure the ruler of Dubai until he gives his daughter the freedom she desperately wants. What would it mean to you if you did manage to secure Latifah's freedom and give her a big hug one day?
I think that's something that, we all dream of. And it's something that when we had contact that we talked about, and that everyone looked forward to. I think it's something that we're all working for, and we won't stop working for.
I just want my passport and to be free. I don't want to be a hostage in this jail villa, and I don't want to be a hostage in this country. I just want to be free. So the situation is getting more desperate every day, and I'm just really, really tired of this now.
Anyone who's toiled away on one practically 24/7 job for 70 years without complaint surely deserves a hearty pat on the back. But in the lead up to her Platinum Jubilee, what Queen Elizabeth doesn't deserve is what she's getting. And that's members of her own family stealing her limelight. Her grandson Harry and his wife Meghan can't seem to stop sharing with the world how disgruntled they are. While her son, Andrew, well, the less said about him, the better. It guarantees the celebration of the Queen's milestone will be unforgettable, but not necessarily for the right reasons. London is getting some spit and polish, a spruce up for a very special occasion. In a little over 2 weeks' time, official celebrations marking Queen Elizabeth's 70 years on the throne begin. It should be a party like no other. After all, no other monarch has achieved such longevity in the top job. But behind palace walls, the House of Windsor is in turmoil.
You have on the one hand what should be a lead up to a Queen's Platinum Jubilee where the family is absolutely united, but at the same time you've got these boiling dramas sort of staged right that could blow up at any moment and has left them in a kind of fragile place.
No one knows the drama and dysfunction of the royal family better than Tina Brown. As the former editor of Tatler, Vanity Fair and the New Yorker magazines, as well as the author of the acclaimed Diana Chronicles, the palace has been her beat for more than 40 years. She's lunched with Diana, had dinners with Charles, and curtsied for the Queen. She's also now written a new book, The Palace Papers, that doesn't hold back in its critique of the modern royals. To penetrate the royal code of silence is extremely difficult. I don't have to tell you that. You say you interviewed about 120 people for this book. But what was the most toxic topic that you've ever tried to get information from behind the palace walls within the House of Windsor?
The Harry-Meghan thing is very raw, and although some want to speak about it, if reluctantly, there are others that just feel the topic is so destructive and explosive that they really don't want to talk about it.
And they're still worried because it's still in play, largely.
They're still worried because it's become a very volatile situation. What they have seen is that Harry has not just had his say once. He's going to keep having his say.
I have no regrets. It's incredibly sad, but I have no regrets at all because now I'm in a place where I feel as though I should have been 4 years ago.
There's a fear about trust. There's a lot of mistrust right now in the royal family.
A lack of trust is not the ideal starting point for a friendly family reunion, and it's clearly fueling tensions.
Please welcome my incredible husband, Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex.
While the Duke and Duchess of Sussex will return to London for the Jubilee celebrations,
God, I've missed you all.
They've been banned from joining the Queen on the balcony at Buckingham Palace.
See the Duchess of Sussex there again on the balcony.
It's a brutal snub for Harry and Meghan, who these days seem almost addicted to centre stage. What is the current state of the relationship between William and Harry? Tina, are they talking a little bit, a lot? Are they still arguing? Do they talk at all?
There's very little communication between Harry and William right now. Very little. Unfortunately, the wounds of the Oprah interview were deep. And then, of course, Harry's kept it up since. He keeps on, throwing bombs, actually. I mean, his announcement that he's going to do his own truth-telling memoir really has rattled the family tremendously because it's sort of hanging over them now. They don't know what he's going to say. And they're very nervous about what it says.
And they have every reason to be nervous because over the last couple of years, Harry has shown what an angry young man he is.
I myself was trapped as well. I didn't see a way out.
You felt trapped? You were trapped?
Yeah, I didn't see a way out. Trapped within the system, like the rest of my family are. My father and my brother, they are trapped. They don't get to leave.
About the only royal Harry seems to have time for these days is the Queen.
Oh, really? Please.
Boom.
Well, you came home to the UK, you saw your grandmother. How was that?
It was great. It was really nice to see her. Be able to see her in some element of privacy was nice.
How did it feel being back?
It was just so nice to see her. She's on great form. She's always got a great sense of humour with me, and I'm just making sure that she's, protected and got the right people around.
Well, that actually went over like a lead balloon with his family because, they feel that they've been there for her. They are the people with her, and he wasn't for the last 2 years. He's been in Montecito.
He's a strange mix, isn't he? On the one hand, he has this pathological hatred of the press. On the other hand, he's quite happy to use them to seal the entertainment deals, to do the headline interviews, to promote his book.
Well, it's certainly a paradox that the man who kept saying that all he wanted was privacy now can't seem to stop talking. And I think that is baffling to his family. In fact, one of the things I heard constantly, from within the royal family people, they said, we don't recognize Harry. We don't understand, why he's doing this. Just don't understand it. And it is kind of baffling. It's almost as if suddenly liberated from, all the constraints that he's been in, he just simply wants to just blabber everything that's on his mind. It's, I think, very destructive.
Tina Brown's sources tell her the fear in the palace is that there's a lot of his mother in Prince Harry, and that his trip home will be used as an opportunity to continue his campaign of chaos.
In some ways, I mean, Harry's taken up the legacy of Diana, it seems, to kind of lob these grenades at unexpected moments that has everybody completely off form.
Yeah, I have no doubt that my mum would be incredibly proud of me. I'm living the life that she wanted to live for herself.
It's a tragedy, I think, that he's gone so off about his family. His emotions rule Harry's head. There's no doubt about it. And there's a deep resentment in Harry for everything that he's been through in the past. And unfortunately, in recent years, it's really seems to have become then inner directed, you know, towards his family, particularly his father, which is actually very sad, I think, for Charles, who I think did try to do his best, you know, in his own way as a single parent.
It's worth sparing a thought for Prince Charles, troubled and scandal-ridden for much of his own life, but now consumed with never-ending family dramas, trying to understand the wants of his renegade son, providing support for his increasingly frail mother, and managing the ongoing embarrassment of his brother, who refuses to butt out of royal life. Prince Andrew obviously didn't get the email that he was supposed to stay on the sidelines. What is that? Is that complete arrogance or is it stupidity? Stupidity.
Andrew has always been a dim bulb and something of an oaf, let's face it. It's going to be a problem. Andrew has been cancelled, essentially. I mean, you couldn't be more cancelled than Andrew, right? He's been told, you're done. But where do you stash a 61-year-old healthy man who has no desire to be stashed anywhere and who's going to keep trying to push himself out onto the public stage? He's not going quietly. I mean, in previous centuries, Andrew would have been sort of banished to the borders, you know, and locked up in some castle keep. But, you know, you can't do that in the 21st century. Andrew lives like a stone's throw from Mummy, you know, in Windsor Great Park, and he's going to be out there at every turn.
Despite being his mother's favourite child, Prince Andrew has also been banished from the Buckingham balcony. But as the world saw last month at Prince Philip's memorial, he rarely does what he's told.
And I think nobody was happy to see him at her side at that service. But I'm also told that he pushed his way in, that in fact he wasn't supposed to be walking down the aisle with her. She was supposed to be handed off at that point to the Dean, and he was supposed to walk her there. But, you know, when a Queen's son, you know, sort of elbows his way into the shot, no one's going to have a scene in the middle of a memorial service, so that's what happened. And it was a source of great anxiety and sorrow to the family, and I think to everyone, actually, because it was not, as they say, a good look. It's dangerous, actually. It's not a good situation.
And that's not even the half of it. The latest word from inside the palace is that Prince Andrew's sense of entitlement is out of control. Surely he can't really believe that his image can be resurrected after being best mates with the world's richest pedophile. When it comes to Prince Andrew's privileged life of embarrassing excess, we might think we've heard all the grubby details. But in her new book, The Palace Papers, Tina Brown reveals even more surprises. You relate a story told by an American media executive of Andrew calling Fergie a big fat cow.
Oh, God.
In front of her. Is that accurate? Is he really that mean?
Yes. I think that Andrew, I think that he's a boorish man. I think he's a very boorish man.
Is he really the Queen's favourite son?
The Queen has a very, very soft spot for Andrew. She has found his conduct, I'm sure, you know, distressing. But, you know, a mother is a mother, and you cannot tell a mother what to feel about her children, you know.
And apparently, no one has yet been able to convince Andrew that a friendship with Jeffrey Epstein has consequences. Surely he can't really believe that his image can be resurrected after being best mates with the world's richest pedophile.
Andrew fully expects to be rehabilitated. He's not even accepted that he's going to have a quiet few years. Andrew believes strongly that he can get back. And I'm told that this is something that he's obsessed with, that he believes that this is going to happen, that, over due time, he will get back into the mix. And of course, his mother right now is the best route as he sees it, because the Queen's stature is such that no one is going to say to her, you cannot see your son. And even though she has no desire now to have him, seen with her on balconies, and understands that, and knows and wishes for him to not be part of that, he can keep pushing his face in.
When it comes to causing disruption, it's almost as if Andrew has been taking lessons from Harry and Meghan. For the forthcoming celebration of the Queen's 70 years on the throne, the Sussexes find themselves in an unlikely position. They're not the stars of the show. Sitting on the sidelines is not something they're used to, and that's got the palace worried. You write about the 2018 tour of Australia by Harry and Meghan, sort of a seminal moment for them when Meghan thought that the royal family needed her celebrity more than she needed them.
That was something that puzzled the royal sort of household tremendously, because their tour of Australia was a wild success, more successful than Kate and William's in terms of the crowds and the adulation. She wanted to be able to talk more about the causes that she cared about, it as her, as opposed to being a representational figure of the monarchy. There was a sense of real disappointment when she came home, that somehow she was a star beyond anything one's seen, except for Diana, really, on this tour. I guess it was the star power, essentially, that she felt now was bigger than what she was allowed to do in the monarchy.
What she does now, with all her freedom, is anyone's guess. But Tina has discovered there's something Meghan can't be accused of causing: Megxit.
One of the things that surprised me, very much surprised me, was that one of his close people at the palace said to me, we always thought that Harry would leave. We always thought at some point Harry would leave, because he was so unhappy in the constraints of the system. In Meghan, he met somebody who was dynamic enough and sort of self-directed enough to say, we don't need this anymore. We can be happier than we are now. We don't need to do it.
You're implying Harry drove Megxit more than Meghan did, at least in the early stages.
I think they were co-drivers. I think they were co-pilots on this. I think that Meghan has been somewhat unfairly targeted as the one who sort of took him away from his family. I actually think that Harry wanted out.
For the family, they very much have this mentality of, this is just how it is. This is how it's meant to be. You can't change it.
But for all her criticism of Prince Harry's erratic behaviour, Tina hopes his exile isn't forever.
He does have this habit of rattling them, but at the same time, there is a desire to have Harry back, I believe, deep down. I think they need him, actually. I think at this moment, to have Harry on the balcony would be a positive thing.
Even after all this? Even after all that he's said?
Even after what he's said, this is still a family. And Harry has a great deal to offer. That's kind of what the family feel about Harry, is that he is a handful. But at the same time, he also has a lot of charisma and a big emotional connection with people.
You've spent a great deal of your professional life writing about the royal family and publishing various revelations over the past 20-odd years. What fascinates you about the royal family? Why have you spent so much time looking at the way they operate?
My fascination with the family is that this is a family. They may be living in castles, they may be, they may wear a crown, but the fact is, they're like anybody's family. There are, you know, the ones who work out, the miscreants, the prodigal sons, the ones who fall in love with the wrong people. I mean, this is a family. And as such, that tension between those two things, you know, the power of their position and the humanity of who they are, it's a very compelling story. It's a family drama that this remarkable, powerful, potent institution of monarchy rests upon the frail shoulders of human beings who are like any other family.
How would you describe the state of the monarchy at the moment?
Fragile.
Buckingham Palace is full of ornate decor, but its most useful treasure is its magnificently woven carpet. It's perfect to sweep royal scandals under. The latest one involves serious allegations the Duchess of Sussex intimidated and belittled her staffers. When the claims were first reported, the palace announced it was conducting an inquiry, but now it's said it won't release the findings. That's left many wondering what was uncovered. Could it be that the facts really reveal, instead of being the bully, Meghan is actually the one who's been bullied? Britain does symbolism oh so well, and all the pomp of this year's Trooping the Colour will go down in history as one of the great celebrations, a high point of Her Majesty the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. Adoring crowds celebrating the monarch, treated to a glorious flyover, and Prince Louis's priceless reaction. But among all these iconic moments was another poignant and symbolic sight. Prince Harry, once just about the most popular member of his family, now banished with his wife Meghan to a side room of the palace with the royal also-rans.
The tide is turning against Meghan and Harry. In Britain, she would have had an approval ratings in the 80%. It's now down to, in some polls, down to less than 10%. Harry, too.
We see the Duke of Sussex and the Duchess of Sussex for the first time on a public occasion with the royal family for more than 2 years. This is a very big moment.
In the wake of Megxit, the couple has polarised opinions around the world, including inside the palace, where the Duchess of Sussex's former staffers accuse her of being a bully.
Meghan may choose to call it a calculated smear, but there were women who worked for her who were absolutely broken by her. They felt humiliated, they felt bullied.
So is the Duchess really as nasty as some might have you believe? Or is she the real victim of bullying? Do you notice a pattern in the kind of people that attack Meghan?
Yeah, white male, pale and stale. Look, can we just stop messing around and call this for what it is? It's bullying.
It's sometimes easy to forget just how quickly all of this fell apart. Because it was only 4 years ago that the world watched that wonderful wedding in Windsor. What a story it was, Britain's Prince Charming marrying a stunning American actress in glorious sunshine. But within 6 months, darkness set in. Put simply, Harry and Meghan went rogue and made it increasingly clear they were not happy in the royal family, beginning to carefully craft their own media narrative about their lives.
So can you put up with this?
Yeah, well, I guess, and also thank you for asking, because not many people have asked if I'm okay.
I will not be bullied into playing a game that killed my mum.
They have got themselves into a situation where they believe that anyone who is not 100% for them is against them, and they are very keen to portray themselves as victims of the media, victims of the royal family. And in their view, it's a black and white world. You're for them or you're against them.
Valentine Lowe is the royal correspondent for the Times of London and says at the same time as Meghan started telling the world how hard her life was,
because the British tabloids will destroy your life,
her palace staff were also suffering big time.
What I was told was that in late 2018, Jason Knauf, who was Harry and Meghan's communications secretary, so one of their very closest advisors, sent an email to his boss saying that Meghan had been bullying staff. He said that a couple of members of staff had been driven out by Meghan's behaviour, and he was also concerned for how much pressure was being put on their private secretary, their very closest advisor, an Australian woman called Samantha Cohen. Now, this was an explosive allegation, but the point is, nothing happened.
Why do you think nothing was done about it to start with?
Because they didn't know what to do. The palace, like every other large, medium-sized organisation, has got an HR department. But that deals with staff. It doesn't deal with members of the royal families. They didn't know how to deal with it when it was supposedly a member of the royal family who was bullying staff. They didn't know how to cope with such an unusual situation, and they didn't know how to cope with Meghan.
Can I go and have lunch with my friends? No, you're oversaturated, you're everywhere.
Meghan's alleged bullying of her staff was a closely guarded secret until she tipped a bucket on the royal family in that explosive interview with Oprah last year.
I felt that it had never occurred to anyone that I wasn't okay and that I had really been suffering, and I had known for a long time and had been asking the institution for help for quite a long time.
It was then that her former palace staff couldn't stay silent any longer, appalled by her apparent hypocrisy. So several of them went to Valentine Lowe with their stories, and he revealed the claims of bullying to the world. Did they explain exactly what the bullying would entail?
The most dramatic thing that I heard, and I've got documentary evidence of this, is the effect of the bullying. One person described to me how a woman, a member of staff, was completely destroyed, in their words. And people left. And there was a reason for this, because they wanted to get out, because they couldn't stand working there. They found the pressure too much, they found her behaviour too much.
What was the reaction when you first revealed this?
Well, the reaction from Meghan's side was to send a vastly long legal letter, which is what Meghan's side always does. They threat, they provide a lot of bluster and noise and hot air. After the story was published, not a word. They could have sued us like they sued other newspapers, but they didn't because they knew they didn't have a case.
In the wake of the furor, Buckingham Palace announced it would conduct an inquiry into allegations Meghan bullied her staff. But now the palace has revealed the investigation has been completed and none of its findings will be made public.
Yes, it's definitely been swept under the carpet, but you have to ask yourself what has been swept under the carpet. And I am convinced, and everyone else is convinced, that the reason they didn't is because they didn't want to have another fight with Harry and Meghan. So they thought they would rather take a day or so flack from the press for keeping quiet about this review and refusing to reveal its contents. They'd rather take that than ignite another row, yet another row, with Harry and Meghan.
Who do you think is the victim of bullying?
Meghan Markle. You know, they can't go too all out on Prince Harry. So let's go for the evil, scheming woman. You know, that whole thing about women taking men away, dragging them somewhere and, you know, destroying them. I mean, how misogynistic is that? Here's Hamble in her...
Trisha Goddard might be familiar to Australians from her time on the ABC. But these days, she's a talk show host in the UK, where she's become a rare, staunch defender of the Duchess of Sussex.
I think what she's done wrong is not to be of the correct stock. I think what she's done wrong is to be an American, to be an outsider, to have been divorced. Also, she's a strong woman. I'm not saying she's perfect, but I'm sorry, Prince Andrew doesn't get as much, consistent vitriol.
So what do you think's at play here? Is it sexism? Is it racism? Is it a heady combo of both?
Yeah, it's all those and above. I mean, we know through polling that, for instance, the Sussexes poll highest amongst youngsters under 25-year-olds. It is the dinosaurs screaming, because when it comes to an outsider and a female of colour, then that is something that you are going to come down on because it shouldn't be allowed.
Life behind palace walls is a closely guarded secret, but Grant Harold has a rare insight. He was Prince Charles's butler for 7 years and remembers Prince Harry fondly. He says the public fails to grasp that the palace is, in reality, just like any other workplace, and that means there will be conflict. A lot of people wouldn't understand, but there are big operations behind the scenes at the palace. This isn't just one or two courtiers. It's a big machine.
It is a big machine. You've got the account departments, you've got the HR departments, art collection departments. There's all sorts of departments that make it all run, and they all work together. You know, this is the thing, it is the royal family, but it is like some very modern organisation, you know, like some big business, the way it's done.
I guess it's kind of like a lot of workplaces, that things can get heated.
It can get heated. They were a bit like an extended family. So like with families, you have good days and you have bad days. This is a main course plate.
Grant has now moved on to being a high-profile etiquette expert.
So how would you do the cream and jam?
But at times finds it hard to reconcile what has become of Prince Harry and his new wife. Were you a bit sad to see what was once such a harmonious workplace descend to this?
You know, Tom, I remember being at Harry and Meghan's wedding. Everything was great. And then suddenly, it was like somebody flicked a switch, and we've had, off the back of that, there has been so many things that have gone wrong. And I did feel sad. If I'm honest with you, I felt really, really sorry for the Queen. I genuinely felt upset. I've met her, I've looked after her, I got to know her, I know what an amazing lady she is, and I just felt so sorry. You know, everyone thinks that, oh, it's the Queen and she's got palaces and castles and got everything she wants. And yes, she has got all that, but at the end of the day, she's still a human being. She's a mother, she's a grandmother, a great-grandmother.
I keep mine in here. For later.
She's a boss. She's a very good boss. And it just saddened me that it was like all these things were just pushing and pushing and pushing. And, you know, people have been saying to me, oh, doesn't the Queen look frail? Doesn't she look old? Do you wonder why she looks frail and old? Look at what's all taken place in the last 2 to 3 years. I'm actually surprised she's still alive.
But while the palace may be trying to do Meghan a favour by burying the findings of the bullying inquiry, there's now a new investigation that's even more scandalous.
She's a very selfish, self-promoting person who really takes no hostages and is quite determined that what Meghan wants, Meghan gets.
In the midst of a crisis, one must famously keep calm and carry on. And so Prince Harry got on with business earlier this month, addressing the United Nations General Assembly in New York.
A moment where multiple converging crises have given way to an endless string of injustices.
But the poor attendance at this famous seat of power spoke volumes about the Duke of Sussex's cachet these days. The Prince not as popular as he used to be. Once seen as an asset to the royal family, Harry and his wife Meghan are now seen as quite the opposite. What threat do Harry and Meghan pose to the royal family?
I think they pose a considerable threat, but the question is how the royal family minimise the threat and dilute the danger. And that requires very astute management.
Tom Bower is a noted investigative journalist who's authored dozens of biographies on the rich and famous. But his new book, Revenge, Lifting the Lid on Harry and Meghan, could be the most salacious yet. It's the Duchess of Sussex in particular that he focuses on, and it's fair to say he's not a fan of the way she has portrayed herself. What do you think motivates Meghan in terms of the story that she's been trying to sell?
A search for fame, a search for fortune. Meghan has a very, very huge opinion of Meghan, and she wants everyone to admire her in the same way that she admires herself, and is ruthless in pursuing her own version and image of herself.
Just been able to spend a lot of time at home.
Bower has spoken to dozens of the Duchess of Sussex's former colleagues and estranged family members, and claims to have uncovered a consistent pattern of behaviour. Much has been made of the allegations that Meghan bullied her staff at the palace. From what you've researched, does that fit her personality type?
Well, absolutely, because her conduct towards the crew, an 80-man crew in Canada when they were filming an advertisement for Reitman's, a chain store in Canada, was an example of aggressive behaviour towards the whole crew. And I discovered a pattern which fitted into the behaviour which the palace staff accused her of also bullying. And there's also another example in the book of an agent who was trying to help her, who just said that Meghan was undoubtedly the worst person he'd ever had to work with in the whole of his life because she bullied him so mercilessly. So there is this aspect to her. She smiles and she's charming and does have the appearance of being benign philanthropist, but in reality, she is tough and tough in her own interests.
How would you sum up Meghan's personality?
Well, it's a complex personality. She is a woman who works hard, very ambitious, very determined, and I admire that determination. What I don't admire is the treatment of people on the way, which was vicious. And that is all part of narcissism. She's a very selfish, self-promoting person who really takes no hostages and is quite determined that what Meghan wants, Meghan gets.
Oh, for f***'s sake, you know, I mean, here we go again. It's like, it's boring.
British TV host Trisha Goddard is quite clearly sick and tired of people taking potshots at the Duchess of Sussex.
You're a really good dancer. I love to dance. Archie loves to dance now, too.
She says it's no wonder that Meghan and Harry are much happier these days being based in America.
In the US, people really like them. People can't understand what's going on in Britain other than snobbishness, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot of that going on.
Do you think it's kind of a no-brainer now that Harry and Meghan would base themselves in West Hollywood instead of Windsor for the rest of their lives?
Listen, you certainly can't blame them if they decide to stay in the States. You really can't blame them, can you? Also, they've successfully sued publications a number of times. I think they've realised that those publications are going to make their lives as miserable as possible. So I can't blame them if they stay in the States for the foreseeable future.
It's hard to see where we go from here to repair the damage because it seems to be unrepairable.
Royal biographer Tom Bauer finds it hard to see how Meghan and Harry ever become at one with the Windsors again. While the whole fiasco is regrettable, he thinks the rift between Harry and William in particular is saddest of all. So I sense that you think that Meghan is the main reason that Harry and William drifted apart.
I think it must be. There was no other reason for them to drift apart. They were very close. They were good friends. Harry got on very well with Kate, and we know how Meghan and Kate had a terrible falling out. Is always Meghan the common ingredient in the falling out? But that's not unusual. I mean, Meghan is the source of a lot of broken relationships, not least with her father, but also with her first husband, with people she's worked with. You know, Meghan is not a healer for many relationships unless it's in her interest. Where the relationship is for her interest, then she cultivates it and is amazingly kind and can be very loyal. But she has been remarkably disloyal to the British royal family, who really did embrace her and tried to make sure that she was very welcome in Britain. She dished them, and that was really unforgivable.
Spare a thought for the spare. Prince Harry has endured a hell of a week explaining his hell of a life to a judge in a London court. He claims that for years the English tabloids have harassed and hounded him into misery. They've hired private eyes to constantly follow him and hacked his phone to get the scoop on his secrets. He says it must stop. But for a man who's recently released a money-making autobiography and given multiple television interviews spilling the dirt on his famous family squabbles, is Harry's demand to hold the newspapers to account really a case of breathtaking hypocrisy? If there's one thing the Duke of Sussex does remarkably well, it's rebellion. Not only has the party prince married an American divorcee, he's broken free of the monarchy altogether. And this week, he was at it again, becoming the first royal in more than a century to testify in court.
Harry has always been a drama queen, and he's married the Empress of Drama, so it's hardly surprising that they've elevated it to fever pitch.
You don't hold back, do you?
Oh, I believe in being very restrained, my dear.
Prince Harry is just as forthright. At London's High Court, the fifth in line to the throne has been blasting the press for robbing him of a private life. He's accused Mirror Group newspapers of using unlawful methods on an industrial scale to steal personal information and then splash it across its front pages.
I can tell you, in royal circles, and including with his father and his brother, this is a deeply unpopular point of view. Nobody approves of it.
Lady Colin Campbell has been part of the British aristocracy for 50 years and written 7 books on the royal family. She believes a courtroom is no place for a prince, even one who's quit.
To say, I'm Prince Harry, and therefore you've got to believe me, isn't washing, and it's not going to wash.
Prince Harry, I love you. But Prince Harry isn't alone in his fight against the Mirror. His lawsuit is a test case for 100 other complainants who all accuse the newspaper of hacking
it out and control it.
Royal author Angela Levin knows Prince Harry well. In 2018, she spent many months with him writing his biography. But she was heartbroken watching the wonderful young man she thought she knew self-sabotage in court.
He was absolutely loved. Sometime he was more popular than the late Queen. I loved him when I spent 15 months with him because he was funny, he was articulate, he was charismatic, but he's now not like that. He's wretched and resentful and negative, and he can't leave this behind.
On the stand, the King's second son was clearly angry and hurt. He accused the press of turning his Australian gap year in 2003 into a misery by paying a private eye to follow him. He also said the paper's habit of hacking calls and voicemails ruined his relationship with Chelsea Davy, who lost hope the couple would ever be left alone. But for all his pain, Angela says the prince failed to provide proof the information published was gathered illegally.
He doesn't seem to know any details. It's all his emotion. And if he's asked, well, what is actually the date? When did it happen? Who wrote this? He doesn't know and says things like, well, you have to ask the journalists, or, my lawyers will have to sort that out. It's almost laughable, but it's also tragic.
I thought the substance of his testimony was pathetic. It's stupid, aside from anything else, and it shows a degree of arrogance and entitlement that I do not think will go down well in any quarter.
The redhead was also left red-faced in the witness box when some of his evidence was shown to be contradictory. It happened when he was remembering his mother's former butler, Paul Burrell. Under cross-examination, the prince explained how much he hated the man for writing a tell-all about Diana and said he refused to speak with him. But in his memoir, Spare, Harry claimed he did want to face Burrell in person.
I wanted to fly home, confront him. I phoned Pa, announced that I was getting on a plane. He, and then in a separate phone call, Willie, talk me out of it.
When the different stories were pointed out to the Prince in court, his answer was unimpressive.
He suddenly said, well, I didn't realise that. He said that lots of times when the judges said, or the lawyers said to him, you've got two different ideas here. They said, I didn't realise that.
Prince Harry might have been ill-prepared for the high stakes of the High Court, but his argument isn't baseless. The British tabloids have been busted before for widespread phone hacking, and they've paid out more than £100 million to dozens of other victims in the past decade, including Alan Yentob, whose phone was hacked when he was a boss at the BBC.
The judgment was that my phone had been hacked every day, at least 3 times a day, for 7 years.
Why were you targeted?
The BBC is a very significant institution in Britain, and if you can find out what's going on in all these programs and stuff and find out what's happening, that's the most appealing thing. My address book was called An Aladdin's Cave because there were so many famous names in it.
Alan was represented by the same lawyers now fighting for Prince Harry, and he's confident they'll win again.
I believe that there is evidence to back up his stories. I mean, I asked myself, the notion that my phone was hacked like that and many other people's phones by News International and by the Daily Mirror. So how come Prince Harry wasn't interesting enough to hack? I mean, is that plausible? Not really.
But Prince Harry's court case isn't the only fight on his mind. According to his biographer, Angela Levin, she's convinced there's also a battle brewing in his marriage. Following reports, the father of 2 has a West Hollywood hotel room permanently on standby.
Well, if I'm really honest, I don't see it going much longer. And I think that it's very strange that she didn't come over to help Harry promote his book, Spare. I thought she should have come to the coronation because just walking down the aisle at Westminster Abbey, where the ceremony took place, on his own, all his cousins were with a partner.
I know that they have troubles in the marriage. I understand from now 6 separately reliable sources that Harry called in lawyers.
Lady Colin Campbell knows all too well when a royal union is about to end. In the 1970s, her own imploded. She divorced the 11th Duke of Argyll just months after their wedding and believes Prince Harry's fairy tale will finish when Meghan decides she no longer needs him.
People like Meghan will always stay with the man if there's no better option, if there's no better deal. I'm not sure that she has anywhere to go up to from here.
If there's one thing everyone would probably agree on, it's that the Spare has had better weeks. But the truth is, he better get used to it. He's launched 2 similar lawsuits against other publishers. And if he wins, dozens of other claimants are set to follow his lead. This isn't the end, is it?
Oh no, this is definitely not the end. This is the beginning. It's not even the beginning of the end. And I think this is going to go on for a lot longer. There are many more people and many more cases which are coming forward, I happen to know. This is just the beginning.
It's not what we commoners expect to see. The royal family in disarray, they seem incapable of escaping. Yet, that's the reality of the past few weeks. With King Charles largely out of action as he receives treatment for cancer, the firm is floundering. How, for example, did a simple photograph of a supposedly happy Princess Catherine and her children turn into a worldwide photoshopping scandal? That PR fiasco must surely go down as one of the palace's greatest stuff-ups. So, what's really going on? And is there a royal competent enough to restore the shine to the crown? If there's one thing the British monarchy likes to get right, it's detail, glorious detail. A prime example being the coronation of King Charles.
Toes, yours are together on that one.
Yes.
And then I just need you to come back a fraction this way towards me to there. Brilliant. And so can you get your that foot on that one? I love it. I love it.
Behind the scenes, from photos of the King and Queen to the preparation of royal robes.
Kids are very good, yes. Oh, look. Splendid.
Excruciating, exacting planning left nothing to chance.
Wasn't it that side?
Your left side?
It is normally the left
Normally
side.
left side. Your left cheek is better.
For the palace, certainty is everything. But right now, there's precious little of that to go around.
God save the king!
I, William, Prince of Wales, pledge my loyalty to you as your liege man of life and limb. So help me God.
Just 18 months in, the reign of King Charles is mired in crisis. What's plan B?
I don't think there's a great deal of long-term planning going on when there's so much what-if going on.
From the King's health battle to the mystery surrounding the Princess of Wales.
The whole nation is now asking the question, where is Kate?
Disaster. Wait, there's a lot to unpack there.
There is.
His slimmed down monarchy is coming apart at the seams. Why all the secrecy around Kate?
There is no secrecy around her. I know there are all sorts of rumours floating around, and I mean, some are just beyond bizarre.
A combination of palace missteps, family feuds, and sheer exhaustion conspiring to take the gloss off this new royal era.
The palace is really struggling, and so the future is very uncertain, and some people are assuming the worst, and that, William may actually come to the throne far quicker than anyone had imagined.
It had all been going so well until a routine prostate operation on the King in late January. As the 75-year-old left hospital with Queen Camilla, there was no hint of the bombshell to come. Surgeons had found cancer. Even now, 6 weeks on, what type and where remains shrouded in secrecy.
Well, Christina, it's hard to imagine a London where King Charles isn't out and about.
I have to say, Adam, it would be really hard to imagine that because he does like getting out and about and meeting the public.
If anyone has an insight into how King Charles might be coping, it's Christina Kyriakou. From 2009 to 2017, she was his communications secretary, a key advisor at the heart of the then prince's inner sanctum. The King's got quite the battle ahead of him.
I agree. I think it's like any person receiving a cancer diagnosis. Initially, there's shock, and then you want to find out everything. So he does have a battle ahead of him, but no matter what, he will still be performing his duties.
There will be no public engagements for quite some time, but if anything, the King appears to have been speeding up rather than slowing down.
In recent weeks, I have been most deeply touched by your wonderfully kind and thoughtful good wishes for my health, and in return can only continue to serve you to the best of my ability throughout the Commonwealth.
Recently, we've seen a whirlwind of meetings with politicians and heads of state, punctuated by weekly visits to the hospital for treatment.
It's wonderful to see you looking so well.
Yeah, well, it's all done by mirrors.
Well, we're all behind you. The country is behind you.
The King might have cancer, but to Christina Kyriakou, he seems pretty unfazed about it all.
He's keeping his humour, and that makes me feel optimistic. This is a man that, no matter what he's done it to the nth degree. So the fight for his diagnosis, I feel like he'll be attacking it with as much zeal as everything else.
King Charles's cancer was discovered by chance here at the London clinic as surgeons carried out an operation to treat an enlarged prostate. This is also where the Princess of Wales spent nearly 2 weeks recovering from abdominal surgery. While Charles has been out and about, Kate has been conspicuously absent from the public gaze. And with each passing day, the mystery surrounding her condition is deepening.
The secrecy surrounding Kate is fascinating. In fact, I'm convinced that the only reason we were told that King Charles had this prostate problem was to deflect attention from what's going on with Kate, because I suspect it's much more serious.
Tom Quinn is a well-connected royal author who delves deeply into the secret workings of the monarchy. He thinks it's high time we were given some clear direction about the palace goings-on.
Usually with these things, it's much better to be open about it, because if you don't say what's going on, you just invite people to speculate. It's a natural human instinct. We can't help doing it.
Where is Kate Middleton? Where are you, Kate? Some people think she's dead. Some people think she got a BBL.
From a Brazilian butt lift on the Royal Derriere to a haircut gone wrong, speculation has been as ludicrous as it's been exhaustive.
She's in a coma, she's had a facelift.
Until now, a long lens paparazzi shot has given us the only clear view of her since Christmas, other than the now infamous Photoshop fail of Kate and the kids, which, unsurprisingly, fed a frenzy of suspicion.
It has been pulled by 5 major news agencies because they say it was manipulated.
But all it's done is add to these conspiracy theorists.
George, this is all very strange.
Why wouldn't the Princess of Wales come out and say, I'm okay, so we see her?
I think Kate probably would have done that. But remember, one of the big things that Princess Diana hated about being in the royal family, I think Harry too, is the fact that you're not a free agent. You can't move, you can't scratch your ear or brush your teeth unless this vast machine that runs the royal family gives you the okay. You know, and I suspect she would have said, she would have been open about it, but she's probably been advised, look, don't say anything because it will just lead to more speculation. Again, the palace probably getting that wrong, because not saying leads to more speculation. Telling us stops it.
For all the furor, Tom Quinn says more than 3 months off the job is plainly the result of just one thing, a very serious health challenge.
I mean, I suspect it's complications caused by hysterectomy or a benign growth, but, you know, you don't take that much time off if you're not very ill.
Well, the palace says we'll see Kate back soon. Can we believe that?
I think from Easter, she probably will gradually come back into view more publicly. But I suspect it will be quite slow. And the fact that they've tried to swing the attention of the press and the public to King Charles is probably linked to the fact that she's basically said, I'm exhausted. You've seen how thin she is. She's so thin. You know, it's not good.
As for King Charles, Tom thinks that he too is facing a more serious prognosis than perhaps it appears.
Well, I've spoken to someone who knows the family well, and she said, look, I can't give you the exact details, but it is an aggressive cancer. You know, it's not good, it's treatable, but it's aggressive, you know, and everyone is really worried because it's not something that's going to be easy to treat.
So this could be going on either for quite a while or, sadly, not long at all. That's what you're
exactly.
hearing.
The treatment is going to be really, really damaging for Charles. He'll be sick, nausea, there'll be weight loss. You know, it's going to be dramatic.
All of which is taking a toll on the heir to the throne, Prince William. He's been forced to whittle down his public diary to focus on his wife and father and stay home to look after the kids, while also, according to Tom Quinn, being at the centre of rapidly accelerated succession planning.
I've been assured that already succession planning is taking place, and originally, up until this diagnosis, the idea was, OK, we've got at least 5 years till, you know, King Charles is roughly 80, before we have to start thinking about preparing William to take over.
So you put the stall over.
So at the moment you've got Prince William trying to care for his father who has cancer, but then also being trained to take the throne.
I think you can see in recent film and pictures of William, you can see the stress because first, your father may be gravely ill or become gravely ill, may even die. But then you've got, yikes, I'm going to be king. What does that involve? So, you know, he's going to have to get up to speed in the next few years.
Already trimmed back to just 10 working royals, and with 2 of the leading lights out of action, the strain on those who remain is showing. As you'll see, it all begs the question, is there anyone spare who might be called on in the family's time of need?
The fact that some people might want Harry back is neither here nor there. Some people have appalling taste and no judgment.
You don't hold back, do you?
I'm trying to avoid telling you what I think. I'm trying to be discreet.
It's not every day you get invited to a castle, but when you're meeting up with British aristocracy, a certain quality of residence is to be expected.
Lady C, hello.
Greetings, welcome to Castle Goring.
Thank you, thank you.
Do come, do come.
Showing me around her palatial home is Lady Colin Campbell, better known as Lady C.
Well, this is Queen Victoria's boudoir.
She's a colourful socialite and best-selling royal author.
So, this is the state dining room.
Who prides herself in very much keeping a finger on the blue blood of the royal pulse.
Seats up to 26 comfortably.
Who have you hosted here in your time?
Can't mention their names, but you will know of some of them.
With all that's been happening around King Charles, there's hardly been a more productive time for dining table discourse. This is a king who waited decades and decades to be king. It's a brutal blow for him. What would he be thinking right now?
Life is unfair. Life can be cruel.
Anything could happen.
Yes, of course anything could happen. He could die. But if they've caught something early and it's treatable, which it is, he's hopefully going to be all right. So everybody's optimistic and we just wait and see. There's nothing we can do except wait and see, is there?
As for the Princess of Wales, Lady C believes there's nothing secretive going on. Just the appropriate respect for the privacy that would and should be shown to any patient.
I mean, why would she be expected to give any more information? Would you ask your mother or aunt or grandmother or sister to, oh, come on, you know, share it with the neighbours? And I mean, I'm afraid that's not how people function. And let's remember, we are dealing with people.
Why all the secrecy around Kate?
There is no secrecy around her. They have said what was wrong with her, and they have said how long it's going to take. There is no secrecy around her. I know there are all sorts of rumours floating around, and I mean, some are just beyond bizarre. But Catherine will certainly be up and about in the not too distant future.
Are we sure about that?
I'm pretty sure about
How can we be sure about that?
You may not be sure about it, but I'm sure about it.
She's a very popular key royal, though. She leaves quite the hole in the royal family when she's not seen by the public.
She certainly does, but then that's what happens when you're the star of a show.
The current health crisis has certainly revealed one thing above all else: the fragility of a working royal family that has been reduced to the barest of bones.
I've been saying for 25 years that the king was absolutely wrong and that a slimmed-down monarchy would be an absolute disaster. And I think that they are at a crossroads and it's crunch time and they need to get their act together and they need to rectify the error of having slimmed down too much.
Well, I don't hear alarm bells in the palace, Robert, but could they be ringing?
They are not ringing yet. Business as usual is a phrase I keep hearing. That and the Churchillian phrase, wartime adage, KBO, keep buggering on.
Amid all the conjecture about the unfolding challenges, royal biographer Robert Hardman is a voice of reassurance. He spent a year in the shadow of King Charles as he chronicled his ascendancy to the throne.
I think Easter's quite a key kind of turning point for the monarchy. I think that's when there'll be a kind of reset, and we'll sort of see where things go from here.
Well, to borrow a sporting analogy, who's in reserves? Who's Team B? Who's stepping up to the plate?
Obviously, the big burden falls on William as heir to the throne. He's got his own issues, obviously, because he's got his wife ill at home. He's looking after the kids. I think what we've seen a lot of is Queen Camilla and the Princess Royal. They've really stepped forward. They're doing a lot of stuff. You've still got the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh. And you've got the Queen's cousins, the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester. If you look back to 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and you see this sort of extended family, you think, well, there's plenty of people there to help out. Now it's looking rather leaner, but that's the way it is.
The drawback of the B team is that both star power and youth are non-existent. The Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh, Edward and Sophie, are 60. Princess Anne, 73, and the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester are approaching their 80s.
Obviously, there's another member of the family who's completely out of action, Prince Andrew. There's no way that no matter how bad things get, I don't think there's any appetite to bring him back into public life. He's out in a sort of internal exile, if you like.
One thing that King Charles' diagnosis did achieve, of course, is a visit from Prince Harry, as fleeting as it may have been. If the Sussexes are hoping for some sort of reconciliation, Lady C rates their chances as a big fat 0.
We love family, just not our own. We love public service, but please pay for it. I mean, anybody who's duped by them really deserves an idiot's crown.
You look around your castle here, there are portraits of monarchs past. Do you sit here and look at the current royal family and fear what's about to come?
Good question. I think the royal family needs to make it more apparent to the public, the young public, that they are relevant and that they serve a purpose.
It can be difficult to stay relevant if you don't see them.
I couldn't agree more.
Ultimately, if it weren't for all the dramas and calamities, author Tom Quinn believes we may have lost interest a long time ago. So Tom, what do you reckon the average person thinks about this royal crisis?
Oh, they love it. It's a soap opera. You know, how could they resist it? All the fights. Now, it's brilliant for the average person. Brilliant.
Like so many crises before, Tom reckons the palace will once again muddle through. But what might just emerge is a royal family that looks and works a little different to how it does today.
So I think the future of the monarchy will not just be slimmed down, it'll certainly be that. You know, they're just not going to work as hard. William wants to be a good father. He wants to spend time with his wife and children. He doesn't want to be this kind of machine, because really, you know, Elizabeth II was like a machine. Everything she did was about duty, duty, duty. Almost to the point of being obsessive compulsive. Charles and William, they want a different kind of life, which may be good for the monarchy, unless people begin to say, well, they're not doing very much, maybe we should get rid of them, which is always possible.
Well, cheers to the King's health, mate.
Yep, cheers to the King's health.